Daniela Caron from the Federal University of Rio Grande do Sul. The paper is named Yalodés Struggling for the Quilombola Urban Space in Porto Alegre, Rio Grande do Sul. So you have the floor. Hi, good morning. I'll just share my screen. Can you see it? Yes, we can see it. Thank you. Good morning. I'm very happy to be here with you today as a part of this seminar, and I will present a piece of my master's research, which is still being developed. But first, I would like to highlight the importance of my research group, Margem Lab, which has been very impactful for me during my research. And I'm also a part of a very small group of Black graduate students in my university. And as a fruit of these discussions between me and the other two Black women in the program, we organized a studies group that talks about cities and their intersections with ethnic and racial issues. And the main goal of my work is describing the strategies employed by women and quilombolas in Porto Alegre, especially facing up to the neoliberal policies by the current government of the city. And initially, it's important to give meaning to the term quilombo. And according to Beatriz Nascimento, the word quilombo in Brazilian historiography is stereotyped when uh, we refer only to a place that houses formerly enslaved Black people, but it goes way beyond that. It's a place of coming together, and currently it has a meaning of struggle, resistance, and freedom for Black people, and it's a way to affirm ourselves culturally. And based on that, we need to look at the Quilombola communities not only as a physical space, but in terms of the entire practices of coming together in that space. Brazil currently has 6,000 quilombos, and there's a huge abyss in terms of their titling and regularization, which is a legal right ever since the proclamation of the Constitution. But at the current pace of this process, Brazil would still take 600 years to issue titles for all of these territories. We only have 147 communities with their definite title, and this is equivalent to 4 titled communities a year. Rio Grande do Sul, even though we have a mainly white population, the capital of the state, Porto Alegre, is systematically and violently racially segregated. And we can see that in these two maps. On the left side, in pink, we have the blackest neighborhoods in the city. And in the right side, also in pink, the wealthiest neighborhoods, and consequently related to the better regions with the better infrastructure. And these black dots are the Quilombola communities currently in the capital. Porto Alegre has 11 urban quilombos, and we can see 3 ways to manage these communities in a form of an arc that divides the capital between north and south. And so we have different strategies of urban resistance and also psychological resistance. We can see here in this map some communities in neighborhoods that are wealthier neighborhoods, and communities located in mountain regions with more rural practices, and also communities next to the seaside and the historic center, which is currently suffering a lot of pressure from real estate speculation. And none of these quilombos are currently titled, except for one who had its title issued in 2009. And during our research process, out of these communities, 8 of them have female leaders, and these women are essential in preserving these communities and also in the constitution of the territories. In this context, I bring the intersectional perspective, which is essential for this debate, especially the Black feminist movement, which brings the importance of thinking about the claims of Black women, which were made invisible both by the white feminism and by the Black movement. And we also have intersectional connections between race and class, and for Quilombola women, also ethnicity. And here I bring Jurema Werneck to make visible the protagonism of Black women who are still seeking the affirmation of their leadership and political and social representation. Jurema does a reinterpretation of the meaning of yellow day, which is a metaphor to refer to female leadership in African cultures. And it is currently an analytical tool to recognize Black female leaders, valuing this female and Black protagonism and its ability to bring other women together. So I asked the following question: what are these yellow days building in the Quilombola struggle, and what has been the role of these Black women in cities? And Quilombos by itself are counter-colonial movements that bring together ancestral knowledge and are also places of affection. So these women have fundamental roles in the political, legal, and social fields in their territories, also making the Quilombo be a resistance against this private logic of a neoliberal capitalist city. And today I'll bring 3 examples of yellow days in the urban context of Quilombos. And one of them is the Quilombo where I'm currently working as a participant observer. First, I bring Morgana Alves, the first transsexual woman to lead a quilombola community in Brazil. So, in addition to breaking with the stigma about what a quilombola territory actually is, it also works as a halfway house and a shelter for people in social vulnerability, LGBTQI plus population, and people who are in vulnerability situations in the capital. She also participates in other social projects outside of the shelter in the city. As a second example, I bring Lígia Silva, the leader of the first Quilombo that received a title in Brazil in 2009. And it's important to highlight that this title is not for the complete territory, it's for about 50% of its territory. And this Quilombo went through very violent attempts of land grabbing, and it is located in one of the most privileged neighborhoods of the city. So there's a lot of psychological pressure involved. Third example, Genesis Flores, the Quilombo that I have accompanied. She's the leader of the Flores Quilombo, and she's a woman that is connected to several social movements, in addition to the other ones that I have mentioned. She is the idealizer of a pre-SAT, of a preparatory course for the SATs for vulnerable youth, and this project seeks to support young people who can't pay for a preparatory course to take the SATs. And she also is one of the members of the Chibli's Generation project as a soccer coach for the entire child population of the neighborhood. And here we see a movement of coming together in this quilombo because these quilombos go beyond all of the limits that urban planning and the titling process tries to enclose these territories and isolate them in the cities when they actually are much more than just a territory and go way beyond that. And this is the Instagram of the Quilombola struggle. And here is one of the classes of the preparatory course. And to finalize and perhaps incite a debate, my question is, what does these yellow days contribute to the feminist struggle and to the cities? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, Natalia. Wonderful to get to know more about these experiences through your presentation in Porto Alegre. And uh, it's a multiverse of Blackness in Brazil. And moving on, we will now pass to a paper by the name of A Path Fabricated Through Care, Transdisciplinary Epistemologies in the Technological Production of Body Territory. We have Caio Lanzanini, Diane Helene, Bruna Mendes de Vasconcelos, Eva Rolim Miranda, Amanda Azevedo, Flávia Araújo, Jéssica Lima, Josicléia Pires da Silva from the Santa Rosa dos Pretos Quilombo. And you all have the floor. Good morning, everyone. Can you see my presentation? Yes, we can. Okay. So my name is Kaya Lazzarini. I'm here representing the entire group. And we also have here Gianna and Eva. So if you want to contribute, you can stop me at any time. So I'll start counting my time. This is a collective paper, so I will also introduce my team. And for this presentation in the Feminist Urban Struggle Seminar, we entitled the presentation A Path Fabricated Through Care, Transdisciplinary Epistemologies in the Technological Production of Body Territories. And this is a work that was written by many women. So Diana was the coordinator, and this work was, it took place in the Federal University of Alagoas in the Architecture and Urbanism course. And we also have Evelyn Eva Rolim Miranda, Flávia Araújo, Bruno Oliveira, and Mayara Silva. We have Jessica Lima, an engineer, Amanda Azevedo from NIGIS, from the University of Rio de Janeiro. Myself and Bruna Vasconcelos were the research team, and we also have the field articulators team, who are Preta, Gedilza from Porto de Pedras, Giza Josicléia from the Santa Rosa dos Pretos Quilombo in Maranhão, and Sandra from the Serra da Misericórdia in Rio de Janeiro. This is a work that is originally entitled Technologies for Other Forms of Construction, and I will show you, here are the 3 fields. So in Itapecurumirim, the Santa Rosa dos Pretos Quilombo, here we have Zika, Serra da Misericórdia in Rio de Janeiro, here we have the women, and in Porto de Pedras, Gidilza. This work was funded by Carleton University. It is an extension and research work that initially arises from the proposal of having a manual of construction techniques by women, and I will show you how this proposal was modified throughout the process. I will try to go through it pretty quickly because we have only 10 minutes and this work lasted for over 4 years. So I might be superficial here, but there are some materials that we have published online. So if you want to know more, you can access them. One of the first activities that we carried out was, well, the pandemic was an important factor in our work. So initially, we didn't have a pandemic when we wrote the project. So the idea was meeting in person all of the women, and this was not possible We met individually, but the entire group was not able to come together. So we had some activities to try and get to know each other and to come together. So we tried to look for objects that represented us. So they are represented here in this slide. Each one of us chose an object and then we discussed them and we had some activities to try and understand what were the production spaces and what would be the diagnosis of each one of the territories that we were working at with pictograms that included houses, constructions, markets, and stores, everything that's important and that's part of the territory, and through aerial photos that we printed, and we built an image of these territories, so the places where we live, where we work, and where the community comes together. And after that, we had a debate about what is technology? What do we understand as technology? So one of the things that came up very strongly was the Hodia technology, which is this piece of cloth here used to carry things on our heads. And a lot of debates arose from that. And we also saw during the presentation both Larissa and Malaza using a turban and discussing technology. So Zika showed how to tie the turban. We did a capulana workshop with Anissa Silvestri from Mozambique and on how to tie the cloth to carry a child and some references on how these pieces of cloth can carry things. So in Brazil, we have matula or matulão, furoshiki in Japan, the Peruvian blanket.
A woman from Mato Grosso, Ursula Vega was a reference in the theory of, so I'm going to read her quote. All of us ever heard about the sword and things to hit and fight, but we never heard about the things that we put things in. That's a news story. That's the news. So I think that's one of the theoretical parts of the work. And then we arrive on the idea to make a handbook about how to build a bag. And it was questioned about the women on the territory. So who is going to need that handbook? And then we start the process of manufacture this bag. So we got several references. So we started to design it, and has a very important basis from the Zika draw, the Quilombola territory. It represents T-connect trees by its roots. When we start this work, I had a relationship in some territories, and I invite them to join it. And our first meeting, Anna and Zika already know each other, so it was very interesting. So how, even we are far away, we are connected. So from these three territory, we chose three trees. So we got on these pictures, and then we start to design what would be this pana. The ones that watched yesterday, we got a picture with a pana behind her. So it's in a circle way. And the drawing step by step of the technology that we got in those territories. and this was a collective. Several of the designs are made by the women in the territory, and then a little bit the relationship between the territory and the technology. So just to finish, to say that important is the way, the pathway, and this is the result of this work. So until today, we got many fruits. I'd like to thank and say that it was so fast. I'm sorry that I skipped so many important parts. And I hope that I have shown all the group, and it was a pleasure. Thank you very much. Thank you, dear. You still got 1 minute, but it was very important. It's such a beautiful work. So thank you very much. And then next, we are going to open for debate. Lívia Sacramento, Maria Cristina, and Rosana from Oakridge. So the floor is yours. Good morning. Lívia is going to share the presentation to us. Good morning. Can you see my presentation? Yes. So I'm Lívia Sacramento. Me and Mariana got scholarships, and our work's called Inverting Perspective Through the Social Reproduction Trajectories. The goal of our work is to present advances in our reflections about meetings between the trajectory of women in the Carioca community and us that are researchers from architectures and urbanism. So we want to build with theoretical basis through contemporary questions appointed by some feminist professors. In that way, we want to invert perspectives, questioning the centrality of the productive light, not only in the way that the urban space is produced, but how it's analyzed and think in the urban studies. And we insert ourselves in those analyses. That's why we bring this guide question, how the social cartographies help to enlighten the trajectory that builds continuities and escape because and we have the risks that they face. Mariana. So when we centralize the debates in the experience of lives in the trajectory of those women in the intersectional point of view, we focus in the issue in the right to the city, to the centrality, to the category thoughts of the experience, and then we understand that in a daily basis we got fights, resistance, that escape when we centralized those fights only in the rights to the city, for example. That's because in the context more empirical of the research that we have been doing happened with women that lived in communities that were not organized by the social movement. So it brings another vulnerabilities that cross the trajectories as Black women in the harbors of Rio de Janeiro. So great part of the data were produced by observations that were made in weekly meetings with those women that lived in settlements, and it was made in an association organization that helped to give support to these women, and in a partnership with a group of support from the Rio de Janeiro University. And in this process, we can conclude about the pathways that our research would take regarding the women considered in this project. Here we got some pictures of our experiences. So we call that urban inversion, the research movement where you can say that it's the epistemological movement, not only from the issues that it brings of our empirical context, but also the dialogue that we established during this year that allowed us to reflect how the city are organized and thinking its majority by the bias of the productive life, and how meaningful from the dialogue that we had, we could turn that situation and the agendas and the movements. So not as only about of they said, but about the context that they mention about their trajectories. So according with Chichi Bhattacharya, a very important writer, for the capitalism workflow, it's necessary that they gather production and reproduction. So for the productive lives, they need the support of the social production. So it is under the women work, but the cities do not organize themselves in those sense. I'm going to talk about the cartographies that we have produced, how we can have a reversal of this perspective and what was important. We had a discussion that contributes to this process of reflection and try to build this perspective from an extensionist research is not about only to write what they said, but in that interaction from this project have a politics training along with that woman that lived in the harbor area. and to see how the thoughts were constructed and how this political formation was damaging this rationality that they got regarding the reality that they live, not only what they experience in the area of the harbor, but what they experienced before they arrived at, especially in Gamboa neighborhood, as Mariana mentioned. It are groups that are not organizing groups, social groups. So moving forward, it's we got this picture which is very important because it shows our effort to not be taken by a cartography totally linked to the satellite images, and understanding that look to the women's trajectory is to translate those intersectional trajectories and show how this self-recognition and this trajectory of those women, of their fights to have a home in a daily basis, reveal important layers for us to bring those issues and think about the epistemological way of thinking. So it's a map that's very close to the speech that we got. I'm going to mention some. If I do not talk about myself, I not would show my background. And it's very hard to live on a daily basis to pay our bills. It's us that build the university, but our children cannot go to study there. Some days are good, some days are not, but the ones that don't have a home and wants to go home. If I suffer violence, where I'm going to go with my family? So speeches and talks that are bringing reflection not only with them but through them, and help us as architecture research to think the cartography not as a result but as a way. For example, Ana Clara Ribeiro, a professor that bring the discussion about the social cartographies. So you can conclude. And we have 1 minute. So from this research, we face the precariety on the social and urban environment, in the rights of have a home and the right to have the cities. So the social cartography helped to enlighten the trajectory of those women that build escapes in those territory where when they face all the issues regarding their trajectory. So we can imagine ways to invert the perspective in the epistemological point of view and fight, exploring the critical revolution in the social reproduction theory. So thank you very much. Thank you very much to you and to you all that come previously, sharing these pathways, research, collaborations. So the issues are putting on debate. And according the proposal is now the moment of the debate. It could be on the chat box, and also you can show the raise hand sign. And I would like to understand that maybe we can open to a new round where people write things and our presenters, our speakers can answer that. That's it. In the chat box, we can see if you have some questions. I'm going to check that. So we can open questions here. I would like to hear more that debate. The ones that are here in the Zoom meeting. So it can bring issues that maybe would be interconnected, and I can see several. So the ones that are in the room, do you have questions that could be crossed? Yes, I have a question. Can I start? So first of all, congratulations, wonderful works. But I would like to ask Larissa that present the first work, if the ones for the ones that are arriving now. About the regional dance in São Luís do Maranhão. Can you talk about your work method? How you did your work? What was the goal? It was wonderful. And I would like to understand how you did that. And Uncle Billy?
So I had these two questions for these two presentations. Thank you, Priscilla. I think we can try and see if anyone else has a question to have one block of questions, considering we don't have so much time. Would anyone else here or any of the panelists have a question for each other? I think Danielle Caron was making comments here. If you want to open your microphone, because the people on YouTube are not reading your chat. Well, I wanted to bring up something from yesterday, if nobody has an additional question. But this seminar, it has the idea of the production of peripheral spaces and based on women, and also the idea of peripheral feminism came up yesterday as a political way of constructing the territory, the idea of the periphery as a political category, which differs territories in this South-South we're looking at, both Africa and Latin America. And I wanted to ask you if you think that we are looking at productions from a peripheral feminism perspective that is broader than the territory of the periphery and as a way to produce knowledge in the territory. It's an abstract question, but it came up yesterday. And the other question, which is also more general, is that I think this session, it has several wonderful ways of producing knowledge that are not exactly traditional, but that are articulated to the more traditional ones. Looking at Natalia's presentation, we see cartography, we see elements of more traditional urban planning, intertwine with other methodologies, and how do you look at that challenge uh, of intertwining methodologies in producing knowledge about territories? For example, Pana's work is about technologies, so I would like to hear from you a little bit more. So I just wanted to ask if anyone else would like to ask a question and uh, or a reflection. And if you were watching the presentations, you probably saw some common issues, but I just have a question. Hi, girls. I'm very inspired, and I think Paula touched on a theme that's very important and that comes up a lot in the presentations, which are the ways we can produce knowledge. And this also represents a major challenge of the research, which is this mixture of languages, uh, mixing maps with perspectives, and uh, putting the map at stake and saying why we are working with the map or not, and escaping this idea of representation and more related to the idea of the urban experience. And whenever I look at Pana's work, I'm always astounded. And I was lucky enough to be gifted a Pana from Gigi. And whenever I take my Pana, uh, I'm always asked, don't they want to do it more? Don't they want to do it in another territory? So this always comes up, and I think it's a very powerful work to form networks. That's it. Well, so we can start our block of questions and comments. And I would also like to add a comment and try to reflect a little bit about what came up in this session. And I think that what really stuck with me was two set of questions, actually. Not trying to divide them, but trying to see some connections. I think the work of presented by Larissa and by Natalia, not by chance, dealing with the Quilombo question in Brazil, and not thinking about Quilombos as a homogeneous category, but as an heterogeneous category. And I think these two works help us think about the cultural dimension, or to think about culturally informed approaches. And I also agree with uh, with a perspective that says culture is still important to question dichotomies and narratives that are pre-established in urban centers. So navigating in these cultural complexities help us reference these territorialities. And I'm sorry, uh, my timer was going off. The territory perspective, as Paula also mentioned, feminist, transgender, indigenous, and thinking about current challenges of uh, this open intersectionality. How can we open that and not have a fixed category? And this is related to what Daniele said, and applying these intersections. But at the same time, of course, culture is always complicated, and it's very related to race, racism, raciality, and also bringing uh, critical thinking uh, and uh, and also the relations between culture, racism, and nationalism, for example. And I think someone we can ask to help us think about this is Laila Gonzalez in the perspective that she talks about the um, Americanity and having the Black cultures broadened and expanded in our cultural practices because this is what dissenters us from the reference of the colonial city and the hegemonic city. So I think Larissa's and Natalia's work have that. Um, and I think um, Mobili Malaza's work and Tiago's work and Livia's work, I think, as was mentioned, this dimension of epistemology and epistemology dislocation, but I think it also uh, reminds me of our research and collaboration practices, uh, which is a methodology related to our practices and relationships, because I also think that all of the heterodox field that this seminar is dealing with, the feminist perspectives and gender perspectives that are part of this decoloniz efforts of the university are need to pay attention to the methodological aspects of the practices of research. So uh, these imagination forms that came up in the sense of creating a daring uh, perspective, and it can also just be a resignification of the method. So uh, how can we open that again? And something that is important to me is to have these knowledge production networks, a network of actors involved in certain practices, and for the production in the cities and in the territories, because it's a space for experimentation. And in that experimentation, we are dislocated from our initial positions. And it's important to think about different positions in this meeting between research and collaboration. It's not always harmonic. There are always tensions mobilizing these networks. And what are these epistemic redistribution um, arcs that we can never fully define but experience in these experiences, thinking about uh, not only a set of ideas, but a set of practices and relationships. I'm sorry if I went on for too long, but trying to weave together what was addressed in the presentations, because there are things that are shared between us. But considering all of that, uh, let's now pass the floor back to our panelists and the people in the groups of the presentations as well, before our time is up. I could follow the order, or uh, everyone should speak a little bit right now, not exactly in order, however you want. Well, Priscilla asked me about the methodology, and I followed an inversion. I didn't start with the bibliography and then go to the Quilombo. I started with the Quilombo. This work is based on my relationship with the Floresta Quilombo. I know her for a long time and we have had many conversations. So I thought about doing a scientific academic production about that. And when I took my interviews with her to my professors, nobody wanted to supervise me. They thought it was too abstract, that it didn't make sense, because my initial idea was talking about the right to the city and Bumba Meu Boy. And my course is a very elitist course, and we don't have a single Black professor. And nobody wanted to supervise my work because they thought it didn't make sense, because we're used uh, to well, in São Luís, in the city of São Luís, we usually study the historic center, uh, and the historic center has over 4,000 uh, ancient houses with Portuguese architecture, and we always study the Portuguese influence in São Luís, but not who built the houses, which were enslaved persons. And the Buma Meu Boy groups are the ones who make the city come alive. And throughout the year, they give presentations in the historic center. So my methodology is a bit reverse from the usual logic of the academia. I was in the field and then I sought out the references. Thank you. Who else would like to comment?
I'll go next. We're going in the order of the presentations. So to answer Priscilla's question, I think it's been useful for me to put myself in the, I know it sounds a bit narcissistic and self-centered, but to put myself in the center of the work that I do, and to try and figure out the supply and the demand side, to use economic terms, right? So in terms of where I get my supply of knowledge, is in seminars and conferences like this, where I get to talk to colleagues who are also engaged in research and teaching at the same time. But to also think about how I then transmit that knowledge and develop a kind of a circular process of listening and talking, and to use the technologies that my students use in producing that discussion. So I'm now on Instagram. I saw some Instagram posts on the presentation I think Natalia gave, but also listening to the podcast that they listen to, and also listening to music that I would necessarily not listen to, that is being produced in this country, particularly by young women. So Amapiano is a new genre that's coming up and emerged in South Africa of late, and it speaks to the experiences of young people, particularly in peripheral areas, what we call townships. So areas where Black people would reside during the apartheid era. So listening to music that I wouldn't necessarily listen to try and engage and figure out what the young people are saying about their lived experiences. And also for me to introduce them to work that I've been exposed to, that I've been inspired by, some of which I showed in the slides that I gave. So yeah, so I don't know if I'm answering your question, Priscilla, but in a way to put yourself at the center and then figure out a way to talk to different people in different languages. And language has been, I think, a point of inspiration, but also a very big challenge. So I've only just started reading research work done in Latin America, particularly in Brazil, Argentina, and Colombia, to try and figure out how I could integrate those understandings into my classes. And using Google Translate has been quite the experience, because this work is published in Portuguese and in Spanish. And so actually I'm beginning Portuguese classes next week to try and understand some of the work that I'm trying to read and understand, because things get lost in translation. And in order to understand the essence of the research that's being done, you really need to engage in the language in which it's being done. That on top of the fact that there are 12 official languages in this particular country, and are there 12 languages to describe the city, to describe urbanity, to describe epistemology? I'm still learning all of that. So language has been a big thing. But in terms of points of what I would call not necessarily knowledge production, but knowledge construction, right? So how you deliver what you've learned is something I'm struggling with right now. So how do I get my students passionate and interested in the experiences of young Black women who live in other spaces, who speak other languages that they don't necessarily understand, and who come from a particular history, a particular context that they might not necessarily connect with initially. And I think that's where I'm trying to go with this paper, trying to understand how I do that, and to do it collaboratively in the way that people like Diana and Kaya have done in their work. So how do you take people along with you on this kind of epistemological journey and keep them with you and keep them interested and keep them engaged? And maybe if I talk to Larissa, I'll learn some Portuguese and I'll talk to Larissa about how I could do that, and kind of map these knowledges and put them down in space, and maybe take my students out on a field trip before I give them the books and the songs and the podcasts, and maybe try and figure out a new way to do this thing that I hadn't necessarily thought about before. So I'm glad Larissa went before me, because when I listened to her, I was like, oh, actually, that might be a really good way to go about doing and teaching this kind of stuff. So thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Priscilla, and everyone.
Well, I'm going to make a short comment. I think that talking about this research process experience, as mentioned, what it means, because I started my master's with a perspective, and during the field research, I enter in another perspective, and it's important because we live in the same neighborhood, and I'm across the street from Genesee, and I'm following Genesee during the games, and I'm going to the other neighborhood every week. So I had thoughts, if I'm not in this research experience, I would never have the experience to cross the street and go to the other neighborhood, because we are both Black women, but we are in different places. And if it weren't from the research, we would never meet each other. And it's very rich meeting. And it's not only about to delivery academic product, but it's about what the change that my life has having, and how it's about myself and about Genesee. And that's my comment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. Can I make a comment? Yes, I'm almost running out of time, so I think that this panel put us in a debate and the complexity that us as researchers, how the feminism, as Paula mentioned, the peripheral feminism, and those feminisms that we were engaged with, they have important contributions, not only in the epistemological point of view, but we rethink our positions and our fight dimensions, the academic fighting and in the external field. So I'm very happy to share this panel, bring comments of something that have been moving our research. I'm a person that I always in touch with the home social movements and how the feminisms in Latin America bringing this concept of body territory, which is a very meaningful concept and to produce knowledge, put us at the time to think the cartographies, to think outside what is traditional, what they show about the territories. So our challenge to think about the harbor area, it's beyond to think about social groups and that population that are in the harbor area, how we can talk about that people that are not don't have recognition in this fight about the and don't know about the African diaspora. So they fight about the territories, and we have to take a look the body as a territory and how it expands itself in the neighborhood. And when we talked about that women that suffer this removal all the time in their home trajectory and the ownership of the territory of the neighborhoods, the majority of the people that we got in touch came from the rural areas. So how do we make the research with the traditional tools that we have in the architecture field? So this idea that Veronica Gago bring to us in her discussions that she prefer not call as a concept, but as a territory body, how it help us to transform that the production of cartography in our field. These are some of my reflections. So thank you. Wonderful, thank you. I'm going to dialogue with Gloria that talked about the tensions and the methodologies as practices and the science, knowledge, and technology and the tensions. So I think one of the things that you try to show, this work emerged as an idea and has been transforming through this collective experience. So we start to show how women build their territories that have a specific ways. The activity of the work in constructions is a male universe, but there are ways of to build these peripheral areas around the city. So through the debates and the talks that emerged during the work, the construction thing was transformed. It was founded from a Canadian university, and we were a little bit nervous how they would receive those change that was very deep, not only the way that it did, and like it's how it's going to be received, and at the end that doesn't matter. We need to transform what everyone thinks about their core of the activity. And talking with Dani, we will have more panas, and that's a very fruitful work. We have another groups that would try to work with this new methodology. Is an open methodology, and I think that a lot of this work is built by the experience of the group itself. And we had some other groups that made their own panas, and that stimulate us and make us happy. And ojalá we can make another panas, because we can notice that I couldn't show at my presentation. So pana represents several of the technology chosen by the women, like cure recipes and some other things that I couldn't be able to talk about, but it's a great pleasure to be here. So if you would like to comment something else. I just want to thank, because it's a very strong panel. I don't know if I'm saying your name right, and Gobli Malasa, that she mentioned the how she developed and how powerful was her work. And I hope we can exchange our phone numbers or personal contacts so we can strengthen our fights in the territory. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much. Can I make a comment? Do we have time? Just Tiago didn't make any comments. I don't think he's here. Yeah, he's not here. Okay, so yesterday at the mobility panel, we were talking about to transform that in the low speed, something that favors the pedestrian and still are the hegemonic model. So how do we slow down the mobility and activities? So I was thinking about the presentation of today, and even from the memories of the ones that still live in the quilombos or another territory, they could speed up and bring the students and people to see a good way to live in the cities. We discuss another ways of living and how good it is to live in the city. Because the hegemonic way of living in the city is safe, we have walls, but it's very boring. So I was thinking about this way to speed up, to bring students, because it's good to produce those kind of knowledge. The space are very good, not undertaking the suffering and not traumatized. But for example, Pana is something that accelerates the transformation, that we can have more pleasure in living and produce the city. Thank you, dear. Daniela, just a short comment. I thought about your works, and this works with the collective of women bring this strong dimension of the narrative and seek somehow to break this authorization of what people should have say. So how we can produce the city, and those methodologies that are showing up, this affection, this dimension of the opening and affection, and somehow are going to act in process of emancipation and autonomy processes. That's why they are so open. Natalia mentioned we arrive with something for a research, and then we are affected by the territory. Mentioned Rita Segato, it's an anthropology by demand. It's not us as researchers that's going to affect the people. People are going to affect us. So we don't have much to say. You have to hear. That's a way for us to take that experience and translate to our language. So when we open ourselves to these processes that are alive in the territory, this awareness to build a process of emancipation along with is that it's open to this process of autonomy, like a collective construction, like an extension of our work. So these fights are also inside the academia and school, like I read in the chat box. So it's a very important thing. And sometimes we don't realize how we have to affirm that every time inside the academia, that's a way to produce knowledge. And so thank you very much, girls. It was amazing. Thank you, Daniele. So it's time to finish. I would like to thank this morning panel. It was amazing. This sharing of knowledge, it was very rich. Let's take a picture. Okay, can you open your cameras, please? I have a pana here to show you. I also have one. A lot of people have panas. We made only 200 units and it's distributed around the country. So girls, thank you. It was wonderful. Who wants to take the picture? Just a second. Okay, so thank you so much for this powerful panel. I hope that we can stay with us. We have a table at 10:30 local time, and in half an hour, we have another presentation. Thank you, Gloria. Thank you, thank you.
Às vezes demora um pouco para eu chegar até o microfone só. Mas eu tô sim. Já coloquei os dois, o- os intervalos, o português e o inglês.
Hello, yes, I am here. Hello. Mm, Hello. Hello, Paula. Nice to meet you. Yes.
Hello.
And there's one of our presenters. I recognize the name.
Yes,
Hello.
Mian. Hi.
Jan, hi. Hello, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Mhm. Okay. And as far as you know, are all of the presenters for this next session are going to present? No one's dropped out. No one's not available. Okay. Yeah. Still time. Okay. Okay, good. Good afternoon, everybody. I know we've still got 5 minutes to go, but I just wanted to check which of our speakers are with us. Great, so I can see you, Chido. Hello, welcome. I can see, and hi, Chido. I can see Nian or Nyan. You did say your name just now, and I've forgotten how to pronounce it.
Hi, this is Neon.
Neon. Okay, great, Neon. I can see you there. That's lovely. And Barbara, I can see you. Hello, greetings, good afternoon. And I can see Patrizio. That's marvelous. So the two that I cannot see are Maria Julia and Samira. So we have 6 speakers on the program altogether. I can see 4 of you. So Priscilla and Nomatemba, any news on the others? I can see Chido, I can see Nian, I can see Barbara and Patrizio. I cannot see Maria Julia and Samira. Samira. Yeah. I can see Samira,
Samir,
yes.
are you here? Will you be presenting?
I can see Samira's just connecting, yeah. Samira, welcome. I'm just checking that you can hear us and that you can speak. I can't see a microphone actually for Samira.
Samira, we see that your microphone is not connected. Would you perhaps like to leave and then come back? Leave the room and then come back to see if it works.
Okay, and while Samira's doing that, Maria Julia is the other one we don't have. Oh, here's somebody. Maria Julia is just connecting, I think.
Yes, she's connecting right now. And Samira is reconnecting.
Oh, great.
Good morning,
Yeah.
everyone. I have a question. Who is speaking? I'm Barbara. Hi, Barbara. There, in other presentations, I saw there was a need to turn off the translation so that the audio would not leak. How can I do that? You go to interpretation. I will say that in the 2 languages.
So Priscilla, you'll instruct me if I put on a translation and during somebody's presentation, and when I come back to speak, there's any sort of problem, you'll just let me know. Okay. Yep. Yes, yes, it's fine. It's very easy. I can see that. Yeah.
Só, só... Oi, professora, só uma coisinha. Isso acontece só se a pessoa não estiver falando a mesma língua que tiver na interpretação.
This happens only if the person is not speaking the same language than in the interpretation.
Okay. Should be fine. Okay.
If everybody's ready, we will go back to YouTube. So we will go on air.
Tá bom, professora. Então, vamos lá. Eu estou liberando a imagem e agora estou liberando o som. Pronto, professora.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. So we will begin our second session of the seminar, Feminist Urban Struggles. And we will now have a session moderated by Professor Sarah Charlton from Witten University, my colleague, my host in my postdoctorate. But before we pass the floor to Sarah, I would like to first remind everyone that you should keep your cameras and microphones off during the presentations unless you are the presenter. And by participating in this Zoom seminar, you are agreeing to share your image and sound on YouTube for a live broadcast. I would also like to remind everyone and tell everybody, since it's the second day, that today's seminar is part of a series of seminars. We have these 3 days online, and then we have 3 in-person seminars in São Paulo, Johannesburg, and Dar es Salaam next year. And as part of this series of seminars that we have to explore women's struggles in constructing their peripheral territories, and also the modes of doing research and exchanging knowledge and producing knowledge on all of these experiences. And as a part of that effort, we asked some of the works that were submitted for this first round of seminar to be to record videos for these works, short videos, giving a testimony of the experience of the women in their peripheral territories, or maybe talking about the research work in these territories. And these videos are available in a playlist on YouTube at the LabCidade channel and also the Cube's website. And these videos will remain available in our websites so that you can check out these videos from our participants and researchers. And I will share the link in the chat shortly. And having said that, I would like to welcome Sarah. So I will switch to English to talk to her more directly.
Thank you, Priscilla, and good afternoon. Good afternoon from Johannesburg to everybody, or good morning to those on the other side of the world. And welcome to this session. This afternoon we have a session on street vendors and migrants. But before we get into that, I just wanted to say congratulations to the organizers. I haven't been able to attend all of the sessions, but what I have been able to attend has been very stimulating and fascinating. And yeah, just congratulations to everyone who's managed to collaborate across different institutions and different countries to pull this together. And thank you also to the translators. A special thanks for those of us who are linguistically challenged and really rely on your services. So thank you. So as I mentioned, the topic this afternoon is on street vendors and migrants, and I see some of the presentations are bringing together different themes, these different themes in very interesting ways. Others are focusing on more on one or the other. We have 6 presentations this afternoon, and as those of you who've attended other sessions will be aware, we are very strict on the timing of your presentations in order to have enough time for discussion at the end of the session after everybody, all 6 people have presented, and also to have enough time to engage with each other before our keynote session, which is the one that follows on from this one. And there's a fairly short break between the end of the session and the keynote session. So hence the timing is all quite sensitive. So we're going to go in the order that is shown on the program. So that means we're going to start with Chido and move on to Maria Julia after Chido. Each presenter is going to share their own screen and start their presentation. And I will give you a signal just before the end of your 10 minutes. So I'll say you've got 1 minute or so left. So when I say that, you're going to have to wrap up very quickly. With those few words, I think we can get going, and I can hand over to Chido, who's our first speaker this afternoon. So over to you, Chido.
Thank you, and good morning, good afternoon, everyone. Just share my screen here. So my presentation is on findings from my doctoral research. My presentation is entitled Black Women's Performative Intersectionality in African Borderlands. So my PhD study is on the gendered strategies of Black women inhabiting borderland spaces. And I look at borderland spaces as both transnational borderland and the rural urban borderland. So my presentation today is from 2 of my findings chapters, where I start by deconstructing what Black womanhood is in the borderland. And the borderland here is the Messina local municipality, a municipality that is in South Africa, but borders 3 international border crossings. And I start by deconstructing Black femininity, and then I move on to how Black femininity is performed in the borderland. So I decided to case Messina local municipality because it has 3 international border crossings with Botswana, Zimbabwe, and Mozambique. And up until 2016, Messina local municipality was considered a white municipality. In 2016, the municipal boundaries were redrawn to incorporate a predominantly rural municipality that was called Mutale municipality. So at the time of demarcation, Messina local municipality was at 59% in terms of urbanization, in comparison to Mutale rural municipality, which was 85% rural. So from the map, you can see that the newly incorporated areas that are now part of Messina local municipality today, that are now that are in green, are the traditional areas that were predominantly rural. So when looking at the actual theory that I used for the study, I use a lot of Gloria Azandua's work on borderlands and how she argues about borderlands and liminal identities, the mestiza and the Nepantla. I also look at Butler's idea of gender performativity and how she argues that our gender performance is based on our cultural identities and is performance. I also look at Crenshaw's work on intersectionality and how she argues that Black women in particular have intersectional identities that are linked to other identity categories. But I also look at Norrisel's work that argues that there's a purported intersectional identity in that we don't perform our gendered identity, we perform our intersectional identities. And then in terms of this particular section of my work, I'm looking a lot at African feminist theory and how African feminists argue how African genders are constructed, particularly how they argue that we have both an individual identity and a collective identity as African women. So in terms of how I actually got to collecting my data collection took place mostly in 2021. I started with telephone interviews because of the COVID travel restrictions. And then later in the year, I actually traveled to the municipality twice and I stayed there for a particular long period of time for me to do qualitative interviews. So I interviewed 40 people, mostly women, and they ranged in ages from 21 to 70 years old. And the people that I interviewed lived in both the urban settlements and the rural settlements of the municipality. I also engaged in reflective photography, which is when I asked participants to take photographs of places in the municipality that were meaningful to them, and then I would follow up with interviews regarding those photographs. So when it comes to the findings, one of the main findings regarding the construction of gender and Black womanhood in the municipality is what I argue that Black women in the municipality in the Musina borderland have a triad of womanhood, which includes their selfhood, their wifehood, and their motherhood. And all these aspects of their identity are shaped by colonial constructs of respect and respectability. So to begin with selfhood, the idea is that a Black woman should have self-constraint, be disciplined in their sexuality, and Black women are socialized to aim to be married. So the respectable selfhood is important in that for people who move into the borderland and are looking to settle in the borderland, the economic choices that they decide to partake in should be guided by those ideas of respectable selfhood, in that they should not participate or engage in economic strategies such as prostitution. And then from respectable selfhood, there's respectable wifehood, which is a sector that a lot of women spoke about, in that they aimed to become married. But even in that idea of respectable wifehood, there were variations in what it actually meant to be married. So marriage could be cohabitation, could be a traditional marriage, or it could be a Christian marriage. But what was important is that in terms of linguistics, the word wife was synonymous with the word woman. So whether or not a person was cohabitating or were married in a traditional sense, they were often called wives if they were in a heterosexual relationship. And it was something that was seen to have status and differentiated most women from others, in that I'm a wife and she is single. And then when it comes to respectable motherhood, this was mostly a collective identity, in that women saw themselves as motherhood was a reflection of the collective. If you were a mother, your identity was an extension of your children's identity was an extension of your motherhood identity. So the way your children were seen in public spaces and how they represented themselves always came back to the mother, as you are the center of socialization in terms of how they behave, cultural knowledge, and basically what it meant to be a woman. So with all these three, this is what makes Black femininity or Black womanhood in Musina. Now, moving along to performing intersectional identities. The first point in terms of the intersectional identities, what I realized from my study is that all the women who lived in who live in the Musina borderland have borderland identities. They're either transnational borderland identities or they're borderland identities in the sense that they always lived in the municipality, and the municipality is a transnational space. So one of the main things that came out from my findings is that for women who live in the rural settlements of the municipality, they are still rural subjects and municipal citizens. And this means that even though the municipality offers programs that are supposed to benefit all women who live in the municipality, there was a recognition by participants that if you lived in the urban settlements of the municipality, you were at a more advantageous position. So for rural women in particular, when it came to things like accessing land, they still had to follow traditional authority. They still had to get permission from their husbands or their fathers to purchase municipal land, even though there were actually gender empowerment programs that would encourage women to access land. But for the urban woman, they didn't have these struggles. And then when it came to access to
1 minute.
When it comes to access to economic opportunities, there was an understanding that if you were transnational in identity, even if you were skilled in certain aspects of the municipality, there were some times you would not get a job because of economic opportunities were only available for people who were considered outsiders. But yet there were some people in the municipalities who were also insiders, and that was one way that Black women in the municipality faced obstacles. Then there was access to social services. There was a consensus amongst migrants who lived in the municipality that they had different experiences of access to social services. One of the main points that was put out was the idea of medical xenophobia. If you could not speak the local Chivenda language, you were often treated differently especially in hospitals, and nurses would insist that you should speak Chivenda, even though they understood that most people who come to the hospitals could also speak Shona or came from across the border. And then there was an aspect that I call performing poverty, where migrants have an ascribed identity that they're either migrants or expats, and there was this understanding that migrants would come in and act as if they're poor only to make money, and that also contributed to the sense of othering and how people perceive transnational migrants living in the area. And then finally, because I've run out of time, there were rural and urban spatial differences in terms of economic opportunities, as I said, and even how people experience the municipality. There was an idea that the rural settlements in the municipality lacked basic services. There was a lack of an economic power, and all the opportunities were in the urban areas. So I'm just going to stop here because I've run out of time.
Thank you so much, Chido, and I'm sorry that you had to compress a lot of very rich material into such a short period of time. There's obviously a huge amount to unpack in what you were discussing about the multiple layers of identity and performance and how that relates to socialization and social expectations, but very much to geography and political boundaries in your case. Thank you so much for kicking us off with a very rich presentation. So we're going to move on to Maria Julia. Maria Julia, if you can start sharing your screen. Hello and welcome to you. And we're turning to women street traders in Rio de Janeiro. Over to you.
Hello, good morning. I'm Maria Julia. I'm social assistant, master in geography by the University of Rio de Janeiro. And I'm still studying in the Department of Social Service of PUC-Rio College. And this is research is just a cohort of my main research. So in the scientific initiation, at the first moment, I reflect about the function of the workers. And in a second moment, and the masters, I could explore the reproduction of the master. Through my master's experience, I can explore the territory concept used by some experts on a lot of subjects. So to this subject, I brought a cohort that related the feminist protagonists for the right to informal jobs, to experience work, and support their family. So the title of my work for this conference is My Informal Job Matters, the fight of women that work in tents by the right of surveillance in the city of Rio de Janeiro. It's founded by CAPES organization. In the work group, I work along with social groups, because this feminist body that moves is a body that's not white. The goal is to understand the process of fight for recognition and resistance of women, of the united movement of the street sales. I explore the work field where occurred manifestation of this social movement. And they were fighting for the rights to work in informal jobs, to experience the city through work, and fighting and the violence that they suffer because of the fiscalization of the city hall. So I was in the field between January and July at the beginning of the year to see those manifestations. And what I bring was a manifestation that were in the municipality chamber. In that place occurred several manifestations fighting for the end of the violence. So what is the structure with the pension reform that's happening in the Congress, with federal law 13417, that showing several sides of the labor justice, and put the worker in outside of that. So we have an increase of the autonomous work, people that need to reinvent themselves because of the perversity of the city. So in this Carioca scenario, talk about Rio de Janeiro city, we have a contradiction that shows market logistics that goes through the city. The workers that work in informal fields that sell on the streets, biscoito de polvilho, mate, and all kinds of food. And from a decree from the Rio City Hall. I'm going to show some images from videos that show the violence against some street workers, thing that we can see in the social media, the difficulty of them to have their documents to work, difficulty of access to get their license to work. And that is given by the Rio City Hall. So we have the street workers movement, which is an organization that has been here for 20 years and was the first centers of support of the informal jobs in downtown of Rio de Janeiro. And it has a lot of pictures of a urban fight of those workers that don't have any rights and they have to survive. And this movement has a feminine leadership. It's a universe where people work for themselves, and most of them are men. We have women that leader this movement and put their faces in the media in this attempt to show their work conditions. This fight for recognition of fundamental rights with the surveillance, it's the survival right. So Maria dos Camelos is the main leader. Here, where I talk about the protagonism of the woman that works as a street worker, sailor, vendor, a worker that suffer a violence from the police in Copacabana Beach. So I can show how that's strange, because she sells something that's not used in tourism, and then she had her work stopped by the police. And also a manifestation, a demonstration where you can see women acting as protagonists of their fight. And now with social media going viral, they use that as a tool to show all this violence context that they give in a daily business. They just want to sell their products and have income to support their families. This worker went to the city hall in this attempt to try to have their license. The next slide is the
Maria Julia,
bibliography.
one minute left.
Só minuto. Você tem mais minuto. So it's a very quick video, 30 seconds, and it's going to talk about just one moment. I'm having trouble. You click on the slide. You can click. Okay, great.
Olá, minha querida, bom dia. Pode sim, pode fazer assim, tá?
Can click on the right. This image is a very short video. Can you see? It's just for you to see a violence act. It shows this condition of work that the pastors have in an attempt to mediate the conflict, to try to work, and then it's hit by the public entities. So Maria dos Camelos video, that's for us to understand that fight of these women that work, that have children and families, and they need to have income to pay for food and use their own citizenship somehow. And the state segregates those populations that is in the territory already. They are on
Thank you,
the
Maria
territory.
Julia. You're going to need to close up now.
Just 1 second.
30 seconds.
30 seconds. Did you see it? We didn't heard, but we were able to see it. I'm going to share the link for the ones that want to see it, because I didn't know how it were going to work. But it's a speech of Maria dos Camelos, and I spoke about that in 30 seconds.
Thank
Thank you very
Maria
much.
Julia. Thank you. Thank you. We can see the link in the chat to the YouTube. So thank you very much for that. And thank you for giving us a very strong visual sense of the kind of repression and violence that these women traders in Rio de Janeiro are experiencing. I'm sure there'll be lots to talk about in the discussion afterwards. So obrigada. So we're moving on to our third presenter, Samira, who's I think got a strong migration focus, migration and bodies and the city. I'm just looking for Samira. Are you with us to be able to start sharing your screen and start your presentation? Welcome, Samira. Over to you.
Can you see my screen? Okay. I do not know how to. Okay. Good morning, good afternoon to you all. Thank you for the opportunity to compound this panel, which is amazing. My name is Samira, and I'm going to talk about very briefly about the doctorship research that I've been doing inside my post-graduation program from the University of Bahia. I'm under the guidance of Dr. Thais Rosa. It's a research that talks about a territory from Argentina and the institutional space. I like to highlight that. Because I have a short time, I'm going to be very brief. and just highlight some important things that could be in the future debate. And the name of it is To Travel the World in Vila 31, the migration of the feminine migration in Latin America, in the body and the city. So it's a concept of, that Maria Lugones brings. It's travel, it's travel other world as a practice. So to bring a context, this is the map of Argentina, and this is Vila 31. So this is Buenos Aires, the capital. 31 is this on this yellow spot, which is in the undervalued zones of Argentina. So it's one of the most interesting places because it's very close to a very rich area as in the real estate. So it's near Recoleta and around the Avenida 9 de Julho. So if you were in the city, you will recognize. So we have an overview. So here is Recoleta and here is 31, which has urban mesh, which is very, very big. So as a background, I work as architect in this territory for some years. And during this time, inside the urbanization program, I did the projects to the families to improve their conditions of livelihood. And during this project, I talked to women because men were working and women were inside the houses, inside their small business or feminist spaces. And so their fight were inside the neighborhood. And talking to them, they told me several stories. They're women that come from other countries. So they told me their processes, how they create their home inside 31 or inside Buenos Aires. Once that they start their homes, they built their boundary with this new country. Here, a general aspect that in 31 has a population of over 40 million, and over 50% of the population that live there are migrant people. All the north part of the country, which has a higher number of poverty. From these migrants that live in Argentina, 26% come from Paraguay, 17% Bolivia, and 12% Peru. And this diversity reflects in the territory, how we form this space inside Buenos Aires. Here are some pictures for us to see what's Vila 31. And I'm going to talk about the research that's now not only about 31, but it treats about the movements of migrant women that inhabitates the borders and the unfold of this process of their bodies in the territory. So somehow it linked this migration process with the process of production of the city, how the city is built. So that's because it goes through several scales.
So it starts with an idea of some feminine migration flows, female migration flows in Latin America that unfold more intensely in the lives of non-white poor women. So these women migrate, and with this need of anchoring themselves in this new territory in certain urban margins, they start taking roots. And this taking of roots comes from a necessity to have a house, a residency, and a territory, a home, and turning that territory into a home to bring their families that are in their countries of origin. So we weave this research with some women, and these are their names and where they're from because they're from many different countries, and we work with them. We have worked with them for some years, uh, working with their families and trying to understand what their trajectory since their countries of origin look like and what they went through until this process of taking root in this territory that at the 31st, but that happens all throughout Latin America. Here are some pictures, and to familiarize you with that process, this is one of the mothers migrating with her daughter. And something that caught my attention about this is that when I worked at the 31st, and after living for a long time in Argentina, we always hear, oh, people migrate to Argentina because the state has more social plans and programs, and they are able to access them to improve their lives. And what I realized in my research is that even the decision to migrate is a male decision. This privilege of being able to decide. Uh, Most of the women that I have access to and that I talk to migrate because of gender violence issues. And this has been very strong throughout the process, how the gender-based violence determines migration that to Argentina for, and Argentina is chosen due to several reasons, like they have family members that live there. So this research uh, embraces several scales from the body to the continent, and it investigates why the women migrate to Argentina. But I'll quickly go through this because of the time. This is the scale of the household, the home, because the building of that home is a process that is very determinant because when they arrive to this new territory, which first the city of Buenos Aires or a city surrounding Buenos Aires, until they can actually access a house and build their house. And this part is very important because it determines the location of the networks that they create and the creation of the safe spaces to bring their children, which are usually left behind in the countries of origin. And the other scale, which is the scale of the body, of trying to discuss what after this woman crosses the border and starts living in a periphery in Argentina, and she starts being called a migrant, and in Argentinian Spanish, bichera, how these adjectives uh, impact the day-to-day lives of these women, how they start having a different relationship with the culture of the country or socially with the country where they just arrived because they crossed a border and because they are in a vulnerable situation, because it's not everybody who crosses the border that is labeled as a migrant or a bichero. And the scale of the neighborhood, which is one of the focuses of my research, which is
1 minute.
trying to understand, okay, I'm almost done, how these migrations will produce this city and these neighborhoods. And here we have several obstacles like the attempted eradications, the stigma, and we also have the urban struggles, both through networks and collectives and care networks, like the 31st has a lot of comedores, uh, and these women come together in these comedores to cook for the neighborhood or the relationship between neighbors for taking care of children. and also collective networks to defend issues that are important for the neighborhood, or to be activists for feminism. The 31st has feminist networks to welcome women who are in gender-related situations. So it's just an overview, but I thought it was important to mention that. And that's my research, understanding how this need to take roots, how these women can affirm their lives by creating a home in a broader sense, but also affirm and take a stand in terms of the existence of these peripheries and these spaces that are very diverse and complex. I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Samira. That was fascinating and also very beautifully illustrated. I've been enjoying your graphics very much, as well as the photographs. So thank you very much. And we're starting to see a lot of themes and connections across the various presentations. Yeah, interesting to see the issue of violence, in this case, domestic violence, as well as other kinds arising in this presentation. Thanks very much, Samira. We're moving on to Nian, and
Yes.
we are moving to Delhi.
Yes.
Thank you, Nian. I can see you're starting to share your screen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Great, we can see it.
Are we
So,
there?
yes, and over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening from Delhi, actually. So I'm Nian, and I would be presenting on behalf of myself and Dr. Chaudhary. So the work is performing relationality, gender embodiment, and accessibility to public spaces in Delhi. And thank you for the opportunity to present in such a brilliant session. So moving on, I would like to give a brief background of the study. So the neighborhoods of Khirki and Hausrani, which I've taken as case studies, sorry. Oh, yeah. So which I have taken as my case studies are urban villages in South Delhi. Now, urban villages are specific areas which were erstwhile villages, which were then transformed or taken over by the Delhi Development Authority when the city started expanding. So these villages, or these urban villages, still retain their traditional structure, and there is the presence of dominant communities which were there earlier, and also in the wake of the neoliberal restructuring and the transformation in Delhi and the coming up of new consumption spaces, we have seen the growth of these spaces and its adjacent areas, and it now not only houses the different communities which were earlier agriculturalists, but as well as migration of a lot of people from across the country, specifically from Bihar, Bengal, and UP, who are engaged in different sorts of livelihood across the city. Now, with the changing spatial transformation, I wanted to see how this affects the gendered access to public spaces in the in the neighborhood of Khirki and Hausrani. So as you can see, the yellow bounded area is Hausrani, and it's a densely complex, chaotic assemblage of mixed land uses, and so is Khirki village. And right opposite to these two are the mall and the new consumption complexes, the shopping complex and the super specialty hospital, which is growing up to be one of the biggest centers in India of medical tourism. So you have a lot of international migrants coming to Hausrani and Khirki village, and this is the extended part of both these villages, which is like densely crowded. Moving on, I have this study is basically focused on capturing the everyday practices in public spaces of Khirki and Hausrani, and I would be doing that. And 4 of the thematics that emerged during my study were invisibility and visibility paradox, fear, gaze and surveillance, and the increasing securitization of spaces, of public spaces specifically, which leads to a set of outcomes like graded access to public spaces, multiple subjectivities, othering of certain identities, performance of dominant identities, and how these public spaces or how these public spaces come to embody the different gendered relations in the neighborhood, the changing, the transforming relations between tradition and modernity. So to begin with, I'll focus on the invisibility and visibility paradox. In terms of mobility, there is a complete seclusion for most of the women in the neighborhood, and specifically for daughter-in-laws and newly married women, as we were also seeing in terms of Chido's presentation, that there is a heightened control on mobility of these women, and they're not supposed to step outside their homes. There's complete seclusion. It differs according to age, class, caste, and marital status, as well as migrant status, depending on where you came from. It changes according to that. So in that mobility, the important practice that emerged from the neighborhoods was wheeling. Wheeling, not only wheeling as an embodied everyday practice in the form of three spatial practices: burqa, hijab, and ghungat. So burqa and hijab are practiced by Muslim women in the neighborhood of Hazrani, and ghungat is practiced by the dominant caste groups in the neighborhood of Khirki. So as Lugod tried to say, it's a methodical separation of women from unrelated men in public spaces. So you're not supposed to show your faces to men who are not related to you, which is why they have to practice it in the public spaces. It has also come to stand as a marker of community difference, establishing strict hierarchy between the different groups. Like if you are from a Mayo Muslim community, then you have to practice burqa and hijab, because you have to identify yourself as belonging to a certain community as against the migrants who have recently, came to the village or who have settled over there. So as you can see from the narrative, everyone knows which family do we belong to. If you carry a veil, your location amongst the public in the neighborhood is marked. So we see the embodiment of the identity in the way the women access these public spaces. People do not harass us because doing anything would eventually be harmful for them. And this comes from a woman who is part of a dominant caste group, dominant community in the neighborhood of Khirki. So as I said, but for migrant women, the practices of wheeling are much more relaxed because the city kind of provides them anonymity and freedom from traditional practices, which they have to otherwise do if and when they are visiting their, native places. So the significance of this practice has kind of impacted women's mobility to different places, and it's a cogent control on women's sexuality and access to resources, because it depends on secluding women from related men and unrelated men. Now, when accessing, and here public spaces, I'm talking about parks and everyday public spaces. So one of the park that is very famous among the native community is the Haji Abbas Park. But when I asked them that whether they go to the park or not, the question was they do not, because there are men from the locality and they have to cover their faces in front of them. They cannot roam around without wearing burqa, hijab, or ghungat. So sometimes what they do is they only go during nighttime or during summers. And I would like to translate what is written on the park's board, that this park is restricted for only women from 9 o'clock in the night to 11 p.m. in the night. So there are these 2 hour, this is this 2 hour window that is given to women in the night, where they can go and visit the public space without having to face men from the same community. But the question that they posed was, who would want to take a stroll in the park at or after 10 p.m., right? The second factor, the second spatial practice, is that of fear, and there's a general sense of fear in the public spaces amongst women of being assaulted and molested. There's everyday violence, which is meted out to migrant women in terms of humiliation and verbal abuse. There are instances of sexual assault by the dominant communities in the women, which have also been reported by the women from the Mayo community and the native community. Now, when we try to contextualize and understand what is fear amongst the women, the perception of fear, I saw that an image of the perpetrator, and the hostile body, who is hostile, who would be the perpetrator, is entrenched in their psychology in terms of, the violence would be meted out from the lower caste men, from Nigerians who are international migrants and have been staying in the locality for almost a decade now, and they have been subjected to various forms of violence as well. Sex workers and transgender. So all of these are produced by different narratives, circulating in the neighborhood, not only through media and the civil discourse, which is currently the situation in India, if one has to follow, but also to the family, who through repetitive performance of these narratives creates a discourse of fear for these bodies and producing them as hostile. Also, so there is the fear, the fear of being violated is also attached to the idea of shame, morality, and piety of women bodies in the public spaces. And so, like I was saying, there's a cultural script of fear that women kind of face, and women follow in terms of when they are accessing public spaces. They avoid neighborhoods, they avoid parks after some time. That kind of shapes the way they access public spaces. Second is gaze. Now, narrators of gaze are very common from the streets, because since the streets are very narrow and there are a lot of people on the streets, you would find men standing in groups across different street corners, engaged in different activities. But women are mostly mobile in terms of accessing places only for a purpose. There is no unpurposive movement. Now, why is gaze important? Because when if you say, and gaze here is important, and I'm going back to the cultural scripts of fear, because when how do these women kind of translate gaze? What do they understand by it? So if you read the narrative, it says, whenever I cross the Jatav Mohalla, which is a lower caste mohalla, or you would say a specific locality with the neighborhood, I feel someone is following me or staring. Even if I'm with my husband, I ask him to check whether anyone is following us or not. So it is also, in terms with how the caste, community, and class relations and religious relations are shaped in the neighborhood. So who you fear and who you are gazed at is also defined by how different societal structures over the period of time being performed in the neighborhood, right? And so this is Prithviraj Chauhan Park, and this has led to a segregation of spaces within the neighborhood. So women from, say, the dominant...
One minute.
Okay, women from the dominant community would only go to a certain parks so that they don't have to interact with other people. There's a securitization of spaces, installation of CCTV cameras, and a continuous social sorting and, gating of communities and parks after some time, to prevent the migrant women from accessing those places. Now, how do they negotiate it? So there is also this process of negotiation that they kind of do to find a way over and through an obstacle. So wheeling also sort of becomes a negotiation tactic, because if they do not wheel, they are not allowed by their families. So wheeling becomes a way of accessing public spaces. It also becomes a way of authorizing your place in the neighborhood. I'm a religious woman. I follow certain practices that makes me pious, that makes me a woman of honor. How do they negotiate fear? Through reasoning, through companionship, often through demystification of a space, through walking as a practice. Motherhood is seen as a greater negotiating factor in the neighborhood as well. And often migrant women who are working as street vendors or working in different livelihood activities within the neighborhood are seen to have, are seen to assert claims to the public spaces because they have to for their livelihood. And this take the shape of using spaces cordoned off by dominant caste and religious groups in the neighborhood. So to conclude, I feel that when we are trying to study a urban spatial transformation and gendered relations, and intersectional and relational understanding, which I borrow from Mohanty and Pedwell's work, shed light on the micropolitics of access, negotiations, and transgressions, where caste, class, ethnicity, and religion emerge as major dimensions through which a body of a woman is produced in public spaces. And all this entails a performance, a presentation of self, how they dress up, how they walk, which places do they access, and at what time do they access. So this all becomes a defining factor of the transformation that is happening in the cities of Global South, which involves an interaction between tradition and modernity. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Nian. And like everybody else, I'm really sorry to be rushing you all to finish. All of these presentations have got so much rich material in them, so much depth to them. It really feels a great pity to be rushing you to finish, but we just are under that kind of situation. So Barbara, I can see that you are starting to get ready. If you can start sharing your screen, and we will be handing over to you as soon as you're ready. So go ahead.
Can you hear me well and see my screen? Good morning. I'm going to present you today the work that has a title Sapucajuba to Human and Non-Human, knowing the university that exists through the experiences of women. I have a doctorate in architecture and urbanism, and this was a collaboration with Professor Dr. Ana Cláudia. We are talking about the north of Brazil, Pará state, which is part of Brazilian Amazon, and specifically Belém city. And here in Belém, our investigation goes through the university city, with a campus from Pará University, Federal University, and you can observe the surroundings of this campus. The campus of UFPA is surrounded by igarapés, which are small rivers. And here we can see one. It's called Sapucajuba, and it comes from indigenous language. That means pathway or small boat. So in this research, we heard our speakers referring to Sapucajuba as a small river and igarapé, and name then could be on the sense to could be how important it is to her regarding the size of the small river. This campus is part of a neighborhood called Universitário, because it has several public institutions of education and research, and it suppresses a good part of its vegetal cover. And some of them are still remain. So it has a very important environmental function to the city. The campus was built in a time that was very peripheral in our city, in the near the river, and it was suppressed by the green area. So first of all, they built in these borders that you see from the left until Sapucajuba. They are 60, and through the 70s and 80s, they start to build after Tucunduba River, in a way that the major part of the green field of the area is this part of land that is after Sapucajuba. And it gives the impression of expansion. especially on this area that many people say that's an empty area. After the walls of the university, between this avenue, we have a space of a neighborhood, over 400 homes in occupation that was consolidated in the 90s. The estimated data, and many families support their homes, these walls that divides the university, but the windows and the doors, bridges shows Sapucajú as a shared place. And when we think about this occupation, it's important to think about the background, and it has vulnerable people and that were pushed to this floating area. So in a racist process, environmental. So the idea here is for us to know the river from the experience from the women. In this picture, we can see some of the homes that are positioned in the university, and in this other one, it's a home from one of the inhabitants. So this is the kitchen, it's the opposite side, what she sees. So the pathway that I cross, it's on my landscape and seems small than in this landscape. So just as me. So we looked to the same river. And here in this line, we need to reflect on that, because to whom defends that the science to feminism is always a positionated rationality. So for us to understand Sapucajuba, it's good to understand not as a land, a resource of a scientific authorization. It's not froze there. It's not a raw matter to urbanization. I know Sapucajuba from my vision, and a power talk and multi-locality concept. It's important analysis for us to think about Sapucajuba. So it's not something that could be defined over time, and it's opening to a lot of meanings that are bounding to the groups that are that subjects, voices. So it has this environment built by all the people that surround it. So we can look to physical space and focus it on the people that give sense on the space, and between those voices that forms Sapucajuba, of preference always was here women. There is a politics view, and that matters, and we cannot not consider that. Alevi Kearney says that women experience city facing several barriers that are invisible by the men that were responsible for the urban management. The main city, were made to make easier the male roles, putting the male experience as something more important without the feminine experience. So when we talk with women, from women to women, we are against to a male logistic which has the domain. So we are helping to create more equal world. So I start about this many voices. I start with Gina. She's a manager in the university and coordinates a lot of gardens. Then in 2015, she started to plant some trees to avoid that it was transformed in a parking lot. And since 2020, her presence was intensified. And Sapucajuba is right in front of the university hospital. So she was requested by the
1
Bettina
minute,
Hospital.
Barbara. 1 minute.
So it's interesting that I knew Sapucajuba being guided by Gina. And then I looked to something that I didn't notice before. So she identified different species, so the difference that were made overall communicate to everyone pass through that that was a river and put signs to understand the idea of the place. In 2021, with a partnership with the families that were grieving because of COVID-19, transformed this river as a memorial space and made a relationship network with another woman from the university to recover the campus to attend better the community from the university. So it's a network built by Ina. So Miss Rio says that remembers the time when she can bathe on the river. That's not the reality now. They still have some small animals, and the proximity of the river with their home, the sign indicating future construction and the lack of documentation of papers of her home makes her afraid of the future.
Barbara, I'm sorry to do this, but we're going to have to ask you to wrap up time-wise if you can finish.
I was about to present the action of another women because they are a lot, but I think that the main thing for us to conclude is that the care, the duty of care, we are talking about the empowerment. So we're not only talking about an absolute power. We can separate, we can have another possibilities of access and focus on the protagonism of women is important. To me, it teaches to have more hope.
Thank you.
And the actions
Thank you,
related
Barbara.
to.
I'm sorry to cut in, Obrigada. It's just that we're running out of time, so we do need to move on to Patrizio, and hopefully we can pick up some of these issues in the short time that we're going to have for discussion. Patrizio, we're moving on to you for some insight into street shading from Chile. I can see you. Hello. Go ahead.
I'm going to present. Good morning. How are you? It's, your presentation were very good. I'm going to present a cohort of my work and a master's and a doctorship, which the name is Inhabitate the Streets of Valparaíso as we inhabitate a river in Haiti. So it's translocality of the women Haitian migrating dedicated to the informal commerce of streets on the city of Valparaiso, Chile. And here it's a slide of presentation of the theme. I started to study that in 2018, the Haitian immigration that started in 2010 as a male migration. So they started to migrate because of the work. The second phase is the family reunion, where the children and families arrived 2014. So here I have to say that women that come from Haiti to Chile has this moment to face the Chilean society in the bureaucracy, looking for a job, and to learn the language. And there I started to look for a methodological perspective. And my research were about the daily practice of the migrants and how it started to model the new places in Valparaiso City. In this search, I knew NGO that work with them, giving classes to them. And I started to join that and made some ethnographic interviews and a follow-up in this NGO. This is the neighborhood of Valparaiso, some pictures of the site, the homes of the Haitian family, some workshops and moments of shared culture, the book that we did along with the Haitian community, the Haitian memory of the first generation that arrived in Valparaiso. In the theoretical framework, I can say that this work, it's about the daily configuration, and when this daily practice, it's extra national, how this practice configurates transplacement, and starting to think about which are those places in my city. I'm going to present the case of two Haitian women, Winderland and Sari, that allowed me to go to a reflection like a river in Haiti. Winderland arrived. She's 31 years now. She arrived in 2015, and who works in the formal labor market is her husband, Yerson. And Winderland work on the street with her sister-in-law and has a tent to sell vegetables. So this is a draw that I made based on the picture. She sells their products and it starts very early till very late. And the children of her sister-in-law leave the school. She has to be alone by herself. And the interview that I made to Winderland, we were also a friend of her, and we start to talk about what they remember from Haiti and Winderland said that the smell of the sea. And look to the sea, and something that remember her city. So we started to talk about beach and things that happen in the beach. And she said that she really liked it, that, and also the river, that the river were a place where he could share entertainment with her friend, wash her clothes, And then I asked to Stevenson, his friend, if she went to the river. And she said, no, I just go to the beach where she drank beer and it's a family place. And then I start to see the difference between the river and the beach and started to make question, what's the space of the river? And it's a space where they come since when they were just kids, and it's very different from the space from the beach, the space where presence of everyone.
Sadie also had a coincidence with that. She is a Haitian woman that perceived the river as a female space, a place where women reproduce the care roles that they're imparted with in society. And she always also works on the street where the other 7 migrant women also work, selling different cleaning supplies. And that's when I started seeing how in this street, in addition to having some transnational practices like language, like music, uh, and talking to people in Haiti, listening to online broadcasting, there's always also a dynamic that is very specific to the river in Haiti. The practice of being among women, of having an exclusive space which there's no male presence. And I started asking myself about these similarities, and I found that in the river in Haiti, the women, in addition to washing the clothes, they build relationships of affection, trust, and friendship. And in the river, that is, in the street in Valparaiso, in addition to selling their products, the women have a safe space where they can take care of their children, they can create friendship bonds. And then I asked myself, do we have other places in Valparaiso that are like the rivers of Haiti? And I still haven't found them. Homes, supermarkets, squares, other places include a husband, a male friend. And I started seeing that the river, the dynamics of the river, the configuration of another way, uh, somehow reproducing the practices of the river were brought over, even though not for washing clothes. These are spaces where they develop their informal business. And I remember uh, when Barbara was talking about the Igarapé River, of these contracts. And I walked through a street and I see a street in my city where we have Haitian women walking down the street, but I'm not able to see everything that they also see in the river and in the street. They see these practices of signifying and doing many things that they also did uh, in the river. And it's a space of exclusivity where they're together and not alone to face up to the Chilean society. And I asked myself, just to conclude, how many Haitian rivers exist in Latin American cities? Can we recognize them? And are the big cities in Latin America and its public spaces ready to receive Haitian rivers and the women that build them on a daily basis? Thank you, and I hope you understood my presentation.
Thank you so much, Patricio. I'm not sure if I'm even pronouncing your name correctly, if it's Patricio or Patricio. Perfect timing and a very fascinating presentation. Patricio, thank you. And it was really lovely to have that connection with Barbara's presentation with the literal river, but in your presentation, in a way, the alternative river or the equivalent spaces where rituals and meaning could be found in a very different context from the rivers of Haiti. So thank you so much, everybody, for really fantastic presentations. I said we were going to be strict with time, and now I think I haven't been very strict with time, so we don't have that much time left for discussion, but we have got about 20 minutes or so, 15, 20 minutes. So I would invite everybody, all the presenters, to turn on their videos. Thank you, Nian. I can see you've already done that. Thanks, Barbara. And the others, Chido and the others, can you turn on your videos? Thanks, Maria Julia. There's so many connections across these various presentations, so many themes that we could draw out. But I want to actually turn to our the people that are here on the in the Zoom session to invite comments and questions from the people that are here. I just want to say firstly that Chido, we have already had a request from somebody to know if it's possible to get your presentation. So that can be something that maybe you could reflect on and discuss with the organizers. I know you're still in the process of working on your PhD, so perhaps there might be considerations there. And I can see Paola Santoro has put something in the chat. Paola, would you like to come in and make your comment, and then we can kick off from there.
Well, the street vendors, female street vendors, are sometimes seen in neoliberalism as entrepreneurs. Some authors, they say they are go-getters, they are trying to pay off their debts and trying to articulate work in the reproductive space and trying to make income. And some of my students were doing a study about people who are selling, women who are selling cake in the subway exits of the city of São Paulo, and they weren't able to interview the women. And then they found out they were being exploited by a man who was earning his income from their work and exploiting them, and would drop them off in different subway stations. And we were wondering if we were perhaps romanticizing the work done by street vendors. I wanted you to comment on that. Are the street vendors exploited by these networks? Is that a legitimate alternative? I wanted Maria Julia to talk about this because she has raised her hand. The experience in Rio de Janeiro is very organized and there's a lot of resistance, but there's also this other world that I wanted you to comment on. Thank you.
Thank you. Shall we ask Maria Julia to come in there, since it looks like you've got a comment in response to that?
Hi, can you all hear me? So we need to start with the assumption that the street vending activity is modified based on the territory, and considering that the territory is always impacted by power relations. So for example, I work with street vendors in the train and the exits of the trains. And these territories also evidence these dynamics that your students perceived in São Paulo. In Rio de Janeiro, in certain neighborhoods, we also have a presence of these power relations that permeate the street vending work. not necessarily similar to a man that organizes other women's labor, but these workers need to save up a certain share of their profit to pay someone uh, or to provide accountability to someone in power above them so that they can continue working in the trains. So this is different between territories. I don't know if anyone would like to compliment.
Patricia, I can see you've got your hand up. Do you want to come in to add?
Yes, I would also like to say that here in Valparaiso, in Chile, and I also think in Santiago, many Haitian women who work, they work with carts, like a supermarket cart, and this cart is stored overnight at a bodega close by, and it's not a work that it's organized by them. They work for someone else. I don't know a lot about how that works, but the women, if they work for someone else, they are somehow employees of someone who's the owner of the cart that organizes the product, and that's it. I just wanted to compliment with that.
Thanks very much, Priscilla. So that was directed at 4 different people. I don't know who wants to start. Maybe Nian, do you want to start? And then I think Maria Julia wanted to come in maybe in response to the previous question, but let's have the 4 of you first. Go ahead, Nian.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, Priscilla. Right. I mean, I am, while I could not present part of my entire work, I mean, a part of our work was also on resistance practices, right, within the neighborhood, but negotiation was just part of it. And while I have been visiting the neighborhood since my study and like on an everyday basis, there have been instances of women coming out in protest of this recent Citizenship Amendment, not recent Citizenship Amendment Act and the NRC Act. But I would say that there's a continuous negotiation which happens on an everyday basis. And I would not say that there is an end to that struggle. I mean, I do in future, I still see as a territory which will remain contested because it's an ever evolving territory, right? I mean, now it is an urban village. 20 years down the line, the way that the city is transforming, I don't know that what would the land or the activities associated with would change. So yes, with like I mentioned, there is a contestation between tradition and modernity, between migrants and non-migrants, and that contestation is still there and will probably remain. It is only probably in a few years that if I revisit the field, I would want to see what kind of changes are happening since I have done the fieldwork. But last year when I did the situation, I did a short short fieldwork, but it was more or less the same. They are contesting the same notions of femininity, the same dominant notions of femininity. In fact, the securitization has increased manifold. The cordoning of spaces have increased manifold, but that does not mean it is devoid of devoid of resistance. It's devoid of negotiation, which happens on an everyday and on a very personal level, but not on something which is organized or which is like collectively organized, basically, I would say. Yeah. Dr. Chaudhary, would you like to add something to it?
This is your co-author, right?
Yes.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that input. Yeah, very important, these different levels and layers of resistance. Samira, I think you are next, and perhaps this, I know Priscilla directed her question to 4 people, so we'll go to you, and we also need to bring in Chido. Barbara's also got her hand up, and I've got an eye on the time. We've just got a few minutes left.
Okay, I'll be brief. Well, the future is something that we have thought a lot about because when we talk about it with the women, it's as if they are in a duality. They see the future as a fictional idea that makes them move in that direction of creating a home, a new life. And they're always talking about their children when they talk about the future, leaving a good home for their children so that they won't have to go through what I went through. But at the same time, many of them are thinking about returning in 30 or 20 years to their countries of origin. So it's like, amidst all of the uncertainty that they lived through and the stigma, they face this duality. I'm here preparing this space and this land for my children to be comfortable because they study here, they have other projects and opportunities here, but I don't see my future here. So they are faced with that contradiction. And that's what we feel from them. And they also don't have answers. Some of them, at the same time, where they're making a home in Argentina, are making another home in their country of origin because they don't know what's going to happen. But at the same time, they're creating that home for their children. So it's a paradox. And it's very hard for them, I think, trying to move away from this romanticization of this resistance, of this collective organization. It's very tiring to deal with that on a daily basis. I think that's it.
Thank you,
I don't know if I
Samira.
answered your question.
Yeah, no, that's very interesting. Let's go to Barbara. It's interesting to hear what you're talking about, women straddling multiple geographies, multiple worlds, navigating with multiple tactics, their long-term and short-term lives. Barbara, let's go to you. You've got your hand up. Over to you.
Well, going back to the previous question, I think it's important to emphasize when we talk about Sapucajuba, we're not talking about complete harmony. There are many disagreements and even mistrust between some inhabitants of what the Federal University is doing and if it will make their lives harder. So looking ahead to the future, the idea is strengthening Satucajuba as a common place, as a space for everybody to use. And one of the interviewees that we talked to uses the banks of the rivers to plant, to create chickens. So this could perhaps be a path to think about some institutional responses, perhaps, to the many complex issues that are local, and also think that the university can improve the way they provide services to the surrounding community, providing better leisure spaces for the children and the women who live in Sampo do Catucajuba. And another provocation that I think is necessary is that we need to be careful not to reproduce essentialisms, not imposing to the woman another care role. So the care role should not be exclusive to women. So if the benefits of Sapucajuba are shared, the obligations in relation to it should also be shared. That's it.
Thanks, Barbara. Yeah, very, very useful point. Chido, I wanted to come to you, the story of the future and what you see in the future, perhaps responding to Priscilla's question.
Thank you for that question, Priscilla. I think what's interesting about the Messina local municipalities, from a planning perspective, they see the town growing. They actually say we have aspirations to become a city. But when you're looking at the people who live there, I mean, you can see that there are some people who see the urbanization taking place, and that duality of urban rural is becoming more blurred, because the people who live them they themselves even say we stay in semi-rural. They describe it as that themselves. But at the same time, there's also this historical legacy of understanding what urbanity and rurality is, in the sense that rurality is associated with poverty and lack. So for them, they can see the urbanization taking place, they can see the future becoming different, but in the spaces that they live, even though in the rural areas, the rural is represented by architectural houses that are more modern in design, they still call it rural because they measure rurality as something that is marginal to the urban. And it's similar to what Samira was saying. When they speak about the future, they talk about how these women talk about, I want my children to have a better future than I have. And for them, the better future is not staying in the Messina local municipality, is moving to a larger metropole that has more amenities, more bigger shopping malls, more job opportunities, better transport facilities. That's how they measure the future, and the future being better.
Thanks, Chido. I'm so aware of the time that we've got
Obrigada,
two minutes
Chido. Nós
left.
temos apenas
Maria, Julia, and Patricia, I wanted to, if you wanted to have a sort of half a minute each, you had a chance to talk about who was behind the street vending and perhaps networks, but perhaps you might want to say something about the future. Maria, Julia, I was really interested in your study to understand what this repression is all about, if it's related to particular public spaces. You mentioned Copacabana. Is it to do with the tourist gaze? You know, is it particularly intense in those kinds of localities in Rio, or is it something more widespread? And what is your analysis of what is behind all of this? Is it particular people that get targeted and others are tolerated? But you've sort of got 30 seconds to answer a whole lot of those kinds of questions, and then we'll turn to Patrizio for another 30 seconds of his thoughts. So over to you, Maria Julia.
Okay, I try to be brief. Well, first, talk I'll talk about the future. The future of street vendors and the entire population is at the hand of politicians and political relations that are instituted in the territory. So it's regardless of their will, it depends on political will. And these seizures they evidence that side. The seizures are related to a political decision and they stop also based on a political decision. So we are at the mercy of the politicians of the state of Rio de Janeiro, where we find a trajectory of criminal proceedings against the rulers, impeachments that also impact the street vending population. When I talk about the difference between the seizures in the city is because the mayor, when he legitimizes the work of workers that sell certain touristic products, he's showing the tourist side of the city of Rio de Janeiro. They only work with uh, a certain type of cookie that tourists like, a certain type of refreshment that tourists like. But when we talk about survival, this is left at margins. And I'm not saying that the people who sell touristic products are not workers, but they are, but other workers are at the margins of that small achievement, which is a political achievement. And it's the political context of the city that affects all of us. That's it.
Thank you, Maria Julia. Thank you for that. Patricio, the last 30 seconds to you.
So we have different living conditions and the work of these women, and that still haven't found a formal job and like their husbands, and things are going to change. And personally, I think that I need to find a relationship between the theory of public space and the theory of Black feminism, because it's a work that's hard to do, and it's hard to talk about culture, spatiality in the territory, and produce my work based on that. So that's my personal challenge with my research. Thank you.
Thank you, Patricio. And that was a very nice way to link back to where Chido started off with her presentation, giving us a very quick overview of the kind of theoretical material that she's using that may be inspirational for other people as well. So that was a very nice link back there. I can see there's an active discussion going on in the chat. But I'm afraid we're not really able to go into that because it's, according to my clock, we've got sort of 12 minutes before the keynote speech starts and everyone needs a comfort break and to draw breath. And so I'm afraid we're going to have to close it here. But thank you all so much for a very stimulating discussion. And yeah, I wish we had more time, but it'd be great to connect with some of you in the future and to see where your work goes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, just making sure that my camera and sound and everything is working. So this would be okay? So nice meeting you. Same here. Thank you for the invitation. No, it's sounds wonderful. Absolutely. So there is no in-person gathering, right? Everybody is online. So, but this site is for presenters, and then the YouTube is for non-presenters. Ah, okay. Yeah, of course. Great. Wonderful. Well, yes. See you then. Bye-bye. Okay. Take care. Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. It's going to be very, it's good. I'm glad it's a continued conversation. Wonderful. See you in a bit then. Thank you.
Quando quiser reiniciar, professor, é só avisar, tá? Ah, legal. Legal.
Yes, share my screen.
Não.
Yes.
Yes. Ok, então. Eu vou liberar a imagem e agora estou liberando o som. Pronto, professora.
Como
Thank you so much. Let me see if I could share my screen first. Okay. Does my screen show? Okay, now you are seeing my screen, right? Okay, good. Wonderful. Well, thank you very much. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me, for organizing this important conversation, but also including me in it. Thank you, Carolina, Priscilla, Noma, Themba, Paula, and all the others involved in this. And also I want to thank all of participants of the conference and those who are joining us in on YouTube. Okay, so I try to keep good amount of time for conversation afterwards and comments and all that. But I want to first acknowledge that I am sharing these insights with you at a critical historical moment that for many of us feels like despair, heavy hearts for the ongoing and continuing genocide in Gaza, and heavy heart for civilian lives that has been happening in Israel and in Palestine, particularly now the ethnic cleansing and carnage of Palestinians in Gaza. As we are, this is a very moment that we feel, is there any shared humanity? How could humans do this to each other? I also find it a very hopeful moment. So it's really a dual, a counter point for me. And I find hope and hope in the transnational solidarity that is emerging all over the world, including here in the belly of the beast in US by Jewish Voices for Peace, as well as inside Israel by Jewish sisters and brothers who are speaking up and saying never in our name again. So those are hope, but what gives me hope, but also I know that for a lot of us, this is a very dark moment. So in this context, my talk has been very much shaped, or examples I'm going to share with you is shaped by influence of what is happening. And I have included examples from the Middle East as well as elsewhere. So I hope you bear with me. I give you a little bit of overview on what the next half hour would entail. I asked basically the question that drives the presentation is, how does a feminist lens help us see the underworlds of urban struggles? And by underworlds of urban struggles, I mean both those processes that shape urban development and also those processes that shape resistance, or the underworld of resistance in urban struggles. I will focus mostly on the second question, the question of resistance. We know a lot, and I don't want to dwell more on the bad news, so to speak. So I briefly talk about how the feminist lens helps us understanding the making of urban development. And then I spend the bulk of the time in terms of resistance to it. So I ask, if we used a lens, a feminist lens outside the Western gaze, that sees actually those infra-politics of resistance, everyday practices of care as forms of resistance, what would we see? And it's a million things that we could see. I'm going to focus on 4 elements of it. Sumud, a concept that Palestinians have created, or about steadfastness and perseverance. Community mothering, where I will share some examples from an example from South Africa. And then I talk about collectivity and belonging with an example from Brazil, and moving on. Okay, So with the first question, how does a feminist lens help us see the underworlds of urban development? I want to, here, as I said, I will be brief, but I think it's important to first talk a little bit about what I mean by care, practices of care, and what is, you know, in the traditional feminist scholarship, it has been referred to as social reproduction. Social reproduction, you know, Sidney Katz talked about it as, a feminist geographer talked about it as a stuff of life. All of those things that we don't see it, but is happening outside production to make production possible, and actually to take an expanded meaning of it, stuff of life, whatever helps us to make life. So life-making activities and practices of care is a word that was popularized, this term, life-making, by the authors of 99%, Feminism for 99%, Aruza, Bhattacharya, and Faizer. So I use the term practices of care as those practices that make life happen and is often not seen and made invisible. In particular, in an article that is forthcoming by myself and Efad Hook at Smith College, we try to show how this work of social reproduction, how these life-making activities are made invisible and devalued, but are critical to formation of urban spaces. They are critical to urban development and urbanization. We use four kind of modalities of how social reproduction or life-making activities are subsidizing capitalism and its urban formation. Here, in the interest of time, I'm just going to focus on two examples, and in the question and answers, you could come back to it and we can talk more. In informal settlements, favelas, townships, you know, whatever you call them in different global South contexts, we clearly see that when the municipalities, the government, the state focuses its resources on the affluent neighborhoods and affluent populations, the poorer, marginalized neighborhoods are really urbanized, and they receive basic services based on free, invisible and devalued work of women in poor communities. Poor, marginalized groups, at the center of them is mostly women who carry this work, be it bringing water to your neighborhoods, sweeping and collecting waste, or all sorts of other basic services that in marginalized communities falls on the shoulders of poor people, but mostly racialized, ethnicized, marginalized women in those groups. So that is one way in which we will see that the free work of social reproduction is basically coupling and the project of capitalist urbanization. Another example that maybe to previous conversations about immigration and immigrants is of interest is what we conceptualize as global Bantustans. For South African Bantustans, many of you might already be familiar with separation of homelands from which were spaces of social reproduction, raising families, separating Bantustans or homelands from the locations of mining and production and direct extraction of surplus for capital. But these separation of production and social reproduction has also been happening between rural and urban areas, as I said, under apartheid, between homelands and cities. But in my Global Heartland book, I show another variation of it, which is across international borders, where immigrants can do backbreaking, low-paid jobs in the places like US, where employers pay lower wages to them, and they can afford to reproduce their next generation, take care of their children, take care of their elders, because that job is outsourced to communities of origin. So here we see restructuring of social reproduction at a global scale by outsourcing care work for families to communities of origin for immigrants. So that notion of restructuring, global restructuring of social reproduction, we talk about it in terms of global Bantustans, is another form that we see. For example, revitalization of rural small towns in the US, because and on the back of this process of global Bantustization, where immigrants work in these Midwest rural Rust Belt areas and revitalize it because their families are supporting the work they are doing in revitalizing rural Midwest towns, for example. So these are two examples, and hopefully if you're interested, ask for the article, we send it to you. It's still under, close to being published. Okay, so I'm going to shift to resistance focus of the presentation. And I want to emphasize that Western gaze in defining not only feminism, but also forms of resistance has been quite problematic for the longest time in social sciences scholarship. Resistance from a Western lens has been seen in how it often works out in the so-called liberal democratic societies, large-scale organizing, mass protests in the sense of being, unions or other forms of larger-scale events, or which is considered to be as resistance. So other forms of resistance, what we could see it as everyday practices of resistance, or infra-politics of resistance, is not captured by that lens. And that is where we bring in a feminist lens that is outside the Western gaze. Some call it third world feminism, has its own contributions. Black feminism and African feminism also have other contributions to this epistemology of being able to see resistance from below, seeing the underworld of resistance. And several concepts are useful in that. I don't want to go into detail of them, but we can talk about it, and maybe in the examples I will share, they will show up. Concept of invented spaces that I have written a lot about it. It doesn't happen through formal electoral politics, but happens within informal politics of everyday practices. Rochelle Gutierrez talks about creative insubordination. Others talk about politics of presence and performance, or practices of collective care. I want to emphasize this is very different from the neoliberal kind of feminist version of care, which has been focused on individual care. I am worth it, therefore, spending more money, indulging on self-care, which we are talking about moving it to beyond that, to notions of collective care and community care that I will discuss more. Okay, so for the remainder of the time, I'm going to focus on these four. There are many that I hope in the chat box you can add other observations you have in your contexts. But on these four concepts that I want to, or four examples I want to develop here, where we see practices of care and radical care as potent resistance to dehumanizing patriarchal racial capitalism. So if patriarchal racial capitalism seeks to dehumanize people, how is this resistance to dehumanization happen? I wish to share the first example in my observations in what started as a refugee camp, in the oldest Palestinian refugee camp in 1949. They were Palestinians that were following the occupation of Israeli state. They fled to Beirut and set up Shatila refugee camp. I haven't been to Gaza, but having been to Shatila, I feel this is the closest in my imaginary of what Gaza is like, and the heroic resistance that Palestinians through all these years have demonstrated. The idea of sumud, which is steadfastness, perseverance, you could see it in places like Shatila, and I would say what with heavy heart we should say what used to be Gaza, and it's in a space of 1 square kilometers. There are about 30,000 people living today in Shatila, in Beirut. And these are the spaces, these wires you see, some of them are electricity cables, some of them are water tubes that are connecting the units. And it started as a 1-story settlement, basically. And now they are buildings up to 7th and 8th floor. And it has been in a makeshift way, basically built on top of each other and bringing services to the units. What for me as a form of resistance, practices of care I observed walking through Shatila was seeing the spectacular dignity with which families were raised, children. The children that were sent to school, and I couldn't take picture, I wouldn't have dared to do that in respect to the local people, but the uniforms that were sparkling white collars, ironed, kids that are groomed beautifully with their hair and everything. For me, that was, with lack of resources, lack of water, electricity, trouble of accessing all of these, and how you will see these beautifully groomed children leaving these homes to go to school was a sign of, you can take my land, but you cannot take my dignity. Those are practices of care that if we see from below, we see how people, the notion of sumud and a steadfastness that Palestinians are known for is in many, many shapes. And one of it is that you cannot get rid of us. You cannot, you try to dehumanize me, but you won't succeed. I will keep my dignity. And one of the expressions of it is raising your families and dignity by which you hold yourself and your children. I want to add another example to what my observations in Shatila that was absolutely moving. And that was the makeshift folkloric museum. You could call it Folklore Museum and Memories, that it was in one of those alleys that in previous slide I was showing you. And this is the translation of what the metal door of the room was saying. To each part, there is a story. From each corner, there is a heartbreak. And this was in the left, you could see everyone, when they left, when they fled following occupation, Palestinians brought objects from their home, memories of their home, and they are gathering it here as a folkloric, memorial. But this has important. My colleague Magdalena Nova talks about insurgent heritage. These ways in which Palestinians hold on to their big sense of belonging, memories of homeland, no matter how small it might seem, it is very important in making that notion of sumud, steadfastness and persistence that they have had. So if we are not, we have to see the underworld of how have they resisted 75 years occupation. There are through these all sorts of practices of radical care, I call it. I want to move from Palestine to Iran, another heroic example of resistance by women and men under the Islamic Republic. So you have two states actually, both of which are with the excuse of religion, violent, doing violence to their people. One would be on ethnic and national groups, Zionist is the apartheid state of Israel against the nationality or ethnicity. And in Iran, it's the fascist, I don't know how to describe it, fundamentalist Islamist state, also using religion as a way of brutalizing its people. But their focus is on somewhat, feminists in Iran call it, some of them call it gender apartheid. They wish to control, if they could, get rid of women in public spaces or completely control their presence in public spaces, but limit their existence into domestic realm, if they could that. But heroic resistance of Iranian women in 40-something years has been, you cannot get rid of us. They have tried, they have changed system of education, they have harassed them, imprisoned them, killed them, and they have not yet been able to domesticize women. And what is very important in what we can learn from practices, everyday practices of resistance in the Iranian case, is that finally they have been able to bring on men on board in solidarity with women. Men have now joined, have for long been joining women in their woman life freedom struggle, because they have understood what feminist scholars we have been trying to say, feminism not only liberates women, also liberates men. Now, with their life experience, they have understood that their liberation comes through liberation of their women. The same way that I think our Jewish sisters and brothers inside Israel are understanding that their peace comes through peace in Palestine. So in the Iranian case, the Women Life Freedom Movement, we see that the forms of resistance, it varies. And I think I want to emphasize these everyday practices, this underworld, this minute, basically what I call it the work of termites, right? It takes different forms. For the Iranian context, where the Islamic fascism, fundamentalism is trying to forbid anything that is beautiful, joyful, love, women are not able to sing, etc., etc. Women assert themselves in spaces that their bodies are banned from. For example, in one incident, just going to the neighborhoods that are not, or to the coffee shop and ordering food without hijab in areas that they are not supposed to be. They assert themselves in those spaces. Men join women in marching, in protests. Women play music, sing, all of those things that they are forbidden. But most importantly, they kiss in the public, where love is forbidden itself. So what I'm trying to emphasize is that the forms of resistance, of everyday practices that question hegemony of the oppressive power, varies based on where you are and what you are challenging. And we should be very attuned and sensitive to what we are fighting against. So here we see the tiny cracks that if we looked at from a liberal democratic lens or a Western lens, we would not see these as forms of resistance. I want to also emphasize that this movement we saw is sitting on 40 years of civic organizing in neighborhoods. And I have another presentation that I'm actually another paper I'm working with Mahbouba Moghadam, which we open up that infrastructure of resistance, the work that these kind of practices are sitting on. But I want to emphasize that we should pay attention to those. I want to also share an example from my South African long-standing work with housing assembly. And that's the notion of mothering, community mothers. Elaine Rose Salo South African anthropologists use the concept of mothering and community mothering as a way of talking about marginalized, brutalized communities in Cape Flats and how they take care of their youth and their people, basically, and resist being dehumanized. So in the case of Housing Assembly in Cape Town, we see this through soup kitchens. That is not something that new. We know all over Global South, feeding, having collective soup kitchens in Peru and etc. They call it ollas comunales. They have existed forever. Under pandemic, they became known, more popularized in Global North situation and called mutual aid. But this is practices that communities and community mothers have been doing for long. Things like feeding the communal kind of resources. But I want to emphasize one thing here before moving on, and that is why I use the term radical care. I conceptualize radical care as care and radical care by making distinction. One thing is taking care of the everyday needs, survival, putting food on the table, putting shelter and roof over your heads. But that is not enough. Capitalism loves, while it is accumulating, women and racialized and marginalized people take care of themselves and their families, right? We know that that is a way in which care is basically enrolled in capitalist accumulation. That's Efod Hook and I write about it in that paper, forthcoming paper. But the notion of radical care is when these organizations and movements are able to go beyond the everyday practice of care as form of survival to also challenge those structures that are producing inequality and injustice. Housing Assembly is one of those groups that I have written extensively about that balances these two or moves across these two spaces. Yeah, they not only do the work of community mothering in terms of feeding and survival, but also they do the radical care of challenging, taking the unfair policies into court and organizing protests and trying to bring about the structural changes for what produces inequalities and injustice. And that is, I think, a very important conceptual distinction that I want to emphasize. I want to add one more example. Oh, before I go to the next one, I want to also say that this work of community mothering and cleaning up the mess after disasters, this was the day after the explosion in Beirut, usually falls on women, and I and others have written about it as municipal housekeeping. That is going back to that notion of how women's invisible, free, undervalued, unvalued, devalued work is exploited by capitalist system and its governance system strategies. Okay, I want to end, maybe close to end, with this example from Brazil. In March of 2023, I had the privilege and honor of being invited to Curitiba by my colleague, Professor Jose Ricardo Faria, and visited several grassroots organizations. Also, I was invited to Rio de Janeiro and hosted by colleagues, Giselle Tanka, Clarissa Freitas actually accompanied me. Together, we were hosted by this organization or movement called Northwestern Zone Solidarity Web in Rio de Janeiro. It's a network of grassroots groups that are women bringing their resources together in resistance to dehumanizing forces of patriarchal racial capitalism, through asserting their ancestral roots, other practices of care, and radical care. What I want to share with you is that the key organizer of that visit that was hosting me, Silvia Baptista, who is in this image in white t-shirt, she organized something called Caravana Internacional de Faranak for 2 days, going from one of these groups to another within the network. I was first very uncomfortable. I felt embarrassed and humbled. Why, you know, making such a call it a Caravan International for me, you know, but half a day into the caravan, I realized that she is a seasoned organizer, community mobilizer, and this was not about hosting me. This was using my presence to further strengthen and organize the groups within the network. And that is what I want to talk a little bit about, the importance. I mean, these practices of care have many dimensions to be able to do sumud and resist dehumanization. One of them is what I want to share through this example, which is belonging, collective identity. What Sylvia and Northwestern Zone of Solidarity was doing for that group was to remind everyone of they are part of a collective. Every meeting we went to, she brought up this banner that says Agroecología para todos. The banner of the group as a way of identifying you're not alone, your group is part of this collective. Having the map opened up and showing that there are other groups within the network. And this was key to the activity of going around for those 2 days to different organizations within the network to reassert and reassure that sense of belonging to a larger collective and a collective identity. This was also seen in Curitiba group that we visited, and where MTST activists were talking about how they nurture hope despite all the awful things that happen to oppressed people, is that they nurture hope by knowing they are part of a collective. This was the conversation Jose Ricardo Faria and I had with MTST leaders that were saying we don't feel despair because we are part of a collective. And it's individualism that brings despair, and despair brings violence. So I think that notion of what are the kind of the work of termites, those tiny, tiny works underworld that happens to make you feel part of belonging and collectivity as a form of resistance that would allow us to move on, and more than that, to bring a shift, which I am hopeful is happening. Where I find my hope is, even in this current darkest of the moments, is the solidarity that we are seeing emerging. I think key to these practices of care is also mobilizing local, transnational, cross-sectoral solidarities. That is very important, and we will see that even today in this darkest of the moments, perhaps the only silver lining that exists is the battle for minds and hearts. If Zionist apartheid state was trying to win that battle, they have lost it clearly, with massive protests that against genocide is happening within even US, as well as all over the world, and in Israel itself. It allows us to see the importance of these solidarities. This is referring to a march that was organized by women in Israel, Women Wage for Peace, Israeli-based feminist group, as well as women's groups in Palestine. And it happened around close to the wall of the West Bank. So I think the solidarity message and solidarity practices and rising solidarities are key to our fight against dehumanization, and also sumud, that I think is you cannot get rid of us, you cannot dehumanize us. It is these are key elements. I want to just conclude by again summarizing and what we talked about, and the emphasis on a feminist lens that comes from Global South, non-Western lens, if you want to call it, and its epistemologies will see this work of Teromite chipping at what we call our collective cause bully urbanism, dismantling the structures of patriarchal racial capitalism and its form of urbanism that we call bully urbanism, to construct a humane urbanism. With that, I conclude my presentation, and I would love to hear more from participants and everyone else. I hope I didn't go over time. I did not actually take look at my watch, so I hope I didn't go too far. Thank you. Mhm. Thank you. Yeah, that question of, if we dwell on, I think I want to say one thing about pure academic work. And I'm trying to remember, I'm blanking on the name of the geographer, who said academics are like coronels. They are very well in detecting what was the cause of death, but they cannot do anything about the death. So we, I think, engaged scholars try to not only analyze how things are going wrong, how we are being exploited and terrible things happening, but after analyzing and understanding the root cause of problem, also take the step of what do we do about it? What do we do about it in our own, communities we live in, or work that we do, or relationships we have, and as an academic, how do we try to address the problems and not only analyze and explain the problems? So one of the things that I think I want to share here with the group is an initiative that actually I'm very glad to be part of this conversation, because I see it's organized by scholars based in South Africa, based in Brazil, based in Tanzania, and similar collective is being formed by engaged academics in Brazil, and I mentioned a few of them, the Urban Lab in Rio de Janeiro, Carlos Weiner, Fabricio. I think I'm glad in the chat I see the names are fully included, so I hope people in the YouTube can also see the chat here. Giselle Tanaka, Clarissa Freitas, Jose Ricardo Faria. This is the group, and others in the Brazilian context, together with movements that they have been for long building relations of trust and reciprocity. Similarly, we are part of a collective and collaborating with South African-based academics at University of Western Cape. Connie Benson, Greg Reuters, and Ken Salo, who is both at UWC and University of Illinois, and myself have been for long working with the grassroots organizations in South Africa. So we are hoping through this collectivity of engaged scholars who are not only based in academia explaining the problem, but also doing something about it by building relations across borders of walls of university and communities, co-create knowledge and have that kind of working with communities so they are part of this knowledge production. And we are launching a project that is in very nascent phase of it, of bringing directly the voices of grassroots organizations like the Northwestern Zone of Solidarity Network, and where they can tell their stories and they can be producers of knowledge, and these grassroots movements that are doing the practices of care, doing the sumud, if you want to call it, can learn from each other. So as academics, we become facilitators, but we are not the source of knowledge. The knowledge is produced through everyday work of the people who are actually fighting against their dehumanization. So how I do it in my academic work is by trying to work with the other colleagues through collectives and with communities to co-create knowledge. And I think I don't see any other way than this is such a, I think the viciousness of the system gets worse every minute. So we have to also network and unite in order to be able to fight back. I hope I responded to your question. Mhm. Thank you. I think it's more of a comment than question, because I think the response is within the way that formulation of the question is posed. And I absolutely agree that radical care is closely connected with the notion of invented spaces. So as I have articulated, invited and invented spaces, you're not mutually exclusive, that grassroots movements move from one to the other, right? They use the permitted or legitimized spaces of action, but they don't limit themselves to that. They move to invented spaces where they can create a space for and demands and make it happen. So similarly, in radical care, you need to feed your children, feed yourself, have your bodily existence. So you can't do a revolution if you are not existing. You can't be just, I want to see revolutionary act, but you need a roof over your head. So it is seeing how the practices of care for keeping body and soul together is necessary, but not enough. From there, you have to move on to being able to challenge something that produces your condition. So I think that kind of a relationship that the question was posed as, the relation between invented spaces and radicality of care, when you push the care to not be just everyday survival, but be something beyond that, challenging the achieving structural changes, is very much related to, works with that concept. So peripheral feminism, I think, is precisely the kind of epistemology, how we know what we know, where we look for things and how we look for things will give us a different perspective, right? So if we looked from that 1,000 miles bird view at what is happening in Middle East, for example, in Iran, which, place that is close to my heart, I was born and raised there. I know it is often seen as submissive and nothing happens there, people are oppressed, da, 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 da. It took maybe the woman life freedom movement for people to, some of them were surprised, where did this come from? But it was not surprising for those of us who were living in it, right? Because we were seeing that work, that cracks that are happening underneath the structure that suddenly then brings down the structure. So I think in terms of peripheral feminism, that is precisely a way of looking from below. This may be the most general way in which we can put it, that exists for those of us who are in subordinate positions, the former colonies. That doesn't, I don't mean geographical, but the oppressed, marginalized people within each of the societies we don't have the luxury of being seen from 1,000 miles above. So we have to do our work in ways in which that is often not visible to oppressive systems in power. Mm. Thank you. I want to use, first of all, I'm glad that you are teaching something on that, and I would love to have the syllabus and continue the conversation. And the term care, which I think is the notion of social reproduction was in the Marxist language and used for longest time. Perhaps one of the first people who started talking about social reproduction and the term was Engels and his writings about family, right? But it has been often limited in understanding its relationship with production. What social reproduction and the work that family does means for production. It started to enter the analysis of how urban space is relying on this social reproduction work has come to the conversation by feminist geographers later on. If a Marxist analysis of urban space, not only production but space, came in the 60s and 70s by Castells and Harvey, and etc. It was in the 80s that we would say feminist geographers said, okay, so how does social reproduction shape or influence production of space? And I think that has been also mostly from Western feminist geographers talking about that. And the issue of language of care and life making, which coincides with pandemic, globalized it in a way of, as I said, what was already done in poor neighborhoods of global South for the longest time suddenly became the current language of mutual aid, etc., and a concept that was popularized in global North. But I mentioned it, and I want to emphasize the ethical and political dimension of it, which is what you started your question or comment by, that care should be understood as a ethical and political question. Because if it depoliticize it, then it is exactly what I refer to as a neoliberal feminism, that care is, is an individual self-care, is very much used by neoliberal capitalism. Oh, you're worth it as a woman, go pamper yourself to spend $1 million, treating yourself to massage this, whatever. So that has been the notion of individual care, individualized care, that in terms of that ethics and politics of it, who is doing the care work for you? The women in the San Francisco Annie Hochschild very much showed that they transferred their burden of care work for their families to Filipino nannies who had to leave their children with their, their loved ones, with their rural parents and mothers in order to be in San Francisco and care for the affluent women who are very, high up on professional hierarchy. So that is the ethics of that care work, that when we take a global lens, a global transnational feminist lens, we can see it. And the political side of it is precisely, as I said, moving from the individual to the collective care. So I want to resonate with what you mentioned, that it's very important to avoid the abuse of the term care and the concept of it, to move from individual to collective and move from the local to a global scale of analysis. Otherwise, it is very easy to fall into the trap of what I call it a neoliberal concept of care. I hope I don't know if I answered, but I hope I addressed the concern about the key to notion of care, and why I use the term radical care as a way of emphasizing the moving of transscalar understanding or lens or perspective on care, and historical. So again, that gets me back to the lens that I use in talking about insurgent practices, that you have to have that transgression, historical and transnational, in being able to understand practices of the grassroots, whether they are bringing about a positive social change or actually reinforcing the oppressive dominating forces. Thank you.
I think we have to conclude because the
Thank you so much. I really am glad to be here and have the podium to share my sentiments and talk with you all. And I look forward to a continuation of this very important conversation on feminism or feminist urban struggles. That is really key to understanding or having any hope for a future urbanism that is more just. It would be through this kind of conversations and insights. Thank you so much for the opportunity.
violence, portions and resistance. So thank you so much, everybody. Bye, Faranak.
Bye-bye. Thank you. Thanks.
Fechei, professora. Tudo bem, professora. Pode Qualquer um que quiser ficar conectado pode ficar. Não, 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 eu tirei o som do Zoom. Boa tarde, professor. Tudo?
Tea, yes. Yes, yes. Thank you.
Okay, so it's 2:31 and Alicia's here. Sergio, can you please start the broadcast?
Claro, professora. Só um momentinho,
Of course, Professor, just a second.
eu vou liberar a imagem.
I will start transmitting image.
E agora o som, professora. Pronto.
Okay. Good afternoon for those of you in South America. Good evening if you're in Africa or somewhere else. We're very happy to open this panel in our Feminist Urban Struggle seminar this afternoon with the theme of the violences of the evictions, removals, seizures, and the resistance related to these processes. This is a very special theme for me, especially, and for LabCidade at FAUSP, who proposed the seminar, because we have an observatory of evictions, and we have been trying to observe this process in a broader manner, understanding the slow burning violences and the reintegration of the evictions that happen very gradually, and also the resistance we see in the territories. It's not just about losing your house. It's going to talk about the seizure of public spaces and other forms of removing people from their spaces. So without further ado, I will invite Bristi Banerjee. I'm sorry, Bristi.
Okay. May I share my screen now? Can someone please confirm if they can see the slide show version? Thank you so much. Hello, everyone, and good evening from India. I am Brishti, a PhD scholar at the Indian Institute of Technology, Mumbai. I am an interdisciplinary researcher trained in social sciences. I'm very happy to be here today. And before I dive into my presentation, I would like to thank the organizers for this valuable opportunity. Now, this presentation emerged from my fieldwork, which I just wrapped up last month. In my PhD, actually, I broadly look at informal settlements, policy categories, and lived reality in Guwahati city, which is in India. For this presentation, I explore gender within the context of forced eviction and violence, particularly looking at vulnerabilities associated with everyday lives of women who faced forced eviction and how they mobilize, organize, and strategize protest. I also scrutinize the relationship between urban informality, housing insecurity, and gender from relatively neglected peripheral regions in Indian urban studies like the Guwahati city, which is the largest urban agglomeration in the entire northeastern region of India, characterized by land contestation, identity politics, ethnic conflict, and violence. My insights are empirical and draws from first-hand observation as an activist scholar, as well as in-depth interviews, group discussion with women residing in informal settlements in Guwahati. They have faced forced eviction, housing demolition, police brutality, and discrimination. Many of these women have also taken the lead in anti-eviction protests, exemplifying extraordinary courage and determination. To set the geographical context, Guwahati is located in the state of Assam, within the northeastern region of India. The city boasts a unique topography with hills, plains, and wetlands. For this presentation, I will zoom in on a particular case study that I've highlighted in red, which is the Silsako wetland in Guwahati that has witnessed evictions most recently. Now, informal settlements in Guwahati are not a new phenomenon. They have persisted for decades across the city's diverse landscape. Many of these settlements have faced eviction, where residents have been forcefully removed without notice or rehabilitation. The forced eviction is a global crisis, and in India, it has been carried out by the state agencies under the pretext of clearing encroachments or illegal structures, or as a punitive measure. In case of Guwahati, recent forced evictions have been executed in the name of urban development and aesthetic enhancement, in contrast to the ethnic cleansing of minorities seen in other parts of the state of Assam. Forced eviction disproportionately affect women and perpetuate existing inequalities. As we will see, the consequences are profound. Back to Silsako, the government, so Silsako is basically a wetland area which is locally known as a Beel, and the history of the area is, however, disputed. Silsako is home to over 24 informal settlements, each with an average of 60 to 70 households. These settlements are situated around the main lake channel, you can see in the map. The yellow areas depict basically represent evicted settlements, and while the ones in red are yet to face evictions. In the past year, the government has demolished more than 1,000 houses in 3 phases without notice or compensation. They justify this action by branding the residents as illegal encroachers and attributing them as the cause of artificial floods in the city. Vitomoni, a leader of the anti-eviction protest at Silsako, remarks, "Why our houses are being demolished? Why us? Why not Ginger Hotel or Ideal Hillview Housing Complex?" Which is again located right on the wetland area. Government is allocating land to the elite and evicting us. They are blaming us for artificial floods. Babita also adds to this conversation. She says, my house has been demolished for which I had taken a loan. I'm still paying my loan when I don't have my house anymore. I feel helpless each passing day. So we see that, interviews with women residents reveal that post-eviction and demolition, they suffer not only from physical and economic losses, but also severe mental health consequences. Despite their precarity and loss, they are expected to continue provide essential services like fetching water, preparing meals. Further, due to lack of access to sanitation facilities after their houses have been demolished, they suffer from health issues like UTI, gastric problems, abdominal pain, dehydration, alongside safety concerns from men in the neighborhood. However, regardless of their respective previous experiences of home, either as a site of violence or as a site of belonging, they come together post-eviction. There's an immense sense of solidarity and support between them. They cook together in the makeshift kitchen that they have arranged post-eviction, and they live together in these temporary shelter. They also make sure that everyone sleeps well at night and everybody gets food to eat. Despite these risks, women residents stand at the forefront of the protest against eviction and state-led injustices. Leading these protests are women from tribal communities, including Mishing, Mete, and Boro tribe. Women have played a pivotal role in mobilizing communities across the settlements, forming collectives, setting up base camps for protests, staging hunger strikes, candle marches, and also engaging in local level advocacy, all for land rights of the indigenous people locally known as Kilonjia. Although the state has denied them substantial citizenship, women leaders in these settlements are actively practicing citizenship by creating spaces to claim their rights for themselves and also for the community. Here are a few images. As you can see, the women leader Gayatri addressing the press meet at the protest base camp. This is a mass demonstration, and they have also led a deputation to Delhi, which is the national capital. And this picture here is with the leader of opposition party, and the women are engaging in local level advocacy. Now, considering their journey, they have faced state-led violence at every step that has created new vulnerabilities for them. Continuous raids, surveillance, lathi charges, detentions, as you can see in the images. Some of these women have actually lost their livelihood due to their full-time involvement in the protest. Also, women have had to strip semi-naked to protest against eviction when the police did not listen to them or did not stop the eviction process. So nevertheless, their solidarity, support, and appreciation for each other have remained unwavering. So despite the, given the complex history of citizenship issue in the state of Assam, particularly, which has seen a history of migrants from the neighboring countries, particularly Bangladesh, the demand for land rights has been only for indigenous people, and this is the voice of the movement. However, this is somewhere excluded or for the marginalized women like Tahira or Hasina, whose legal and substantial citizenship is contested due to their Bangladeshi origin. So I don't really have a conclusion at the moment because these are just empirical findings and observation, and I would love to receive feedback on my presentation. So my aim was just to shed light on the narratives of women from Northeast region of India, often underrepresented in the mainstream discourse. And idea was also to comprehend women's experiences and their collective effort to claim their rights. And through this, I look forward to create pathways for a more inclusive narrative depiction. Thank you.
Prishti, I have a small question for you. What is the project that the state proposed for this place? I missed that in your speech. What is the urban project that the state-led eviction was going to promote?
Right. Thank you. Yes, so the state is actually not very clear on what they're planning. And many a times I have tried to, meet officials, but what we've heard is they're planning to redevelop this area, partly give it to private developers. And here you can see a model of the lake that is being proposed. There's also a park that is being proposed, a smart park. So these are some of the plans, but they are very secretive about the government is very secretive about what actually they're planning. Till now, surveys are going on. Yeah. Thank you so much. Yeah.
And now continuing, I will pass the floor to our next presenter, Safra Emiliano Flávia de Souza Araújo, Hilda Marinho Amaral Borges, from the Federal University of Alagoas. Safra, will you be the presenter? Yes, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here. I'll share my screen now. Can you see it? Okay. Okay, so I'm Safra Faton, and first and foremost, I'd like to say that this work is a fruit of a research that I did in a university with a scientific initiation grant in the Architecture University in the Federal University of Alagoas. And unfortunately, Flavia and Hilda could not participate in that, but they were so important in that research as I was. Flavia de Souza was my supervising professor, and Hilda was a researcher with me. And we are going to talk about the feminism and decolonial artivism between street and networks in Maceió, mapping counter-hegemonic demonstrations. And the premise, we start with an understanding that in the 21st century, both in Brazil and in the rest of the world, the dystopia has been reoccurring in the ways of imagining the future for the cities because we are constantly being impacted by this restlessness of living the present. And this has happened due to the growth of conservatism, of also the pandemic, the COVID-19, the serious environmental impacts, the violence rates against uh, women, Black population, LGBTQI plus communities, indigenous peoples, and several negative factors. And uh, and this causes us to lose this collective ability to imagine hopeful futures. And here in Maceió, in Alagoas, these dystopias are further being worsened by the Braskem mining company, who has evicted over uh, 57,000 people due to the lack of safety of the land because of their irresponsible extraction of minerals. So I have here three maps that are based on the IBG census of 2010 so that we can understand the social markers of these families that inhabit these neighborhoods. And doing a cross analysis of these maps, they reveal to us that the majority affected are Black women, chiefs of the household that survive on a minimum wage or with less than half of a minimum wage. So the urban space is not homogeneous and it's not apolitical. So within these settings, my research investigated how are these bodies resisting and existing in a city that is led by a racist and patriarchal logic. So we saw some transgressive actions that are a powerful instrument, which is urban artivism present both in the street and in the social networks. And so we went deeper into decolonial feminist epistemology with authors like Djamila Ribeiro, Jessa Beth, Carla Cotireno, Ayrton Krenak, Silva Ribeiro Kozikanki, among others, where we highlight different cosmovisions and their contribution in the conception of the inhabitant space. And all of that content that we took from these actors was compiled in digital platforms. We used Trello and Miro to do that. And after that, we researched with Instagram, with hashtags and the profiles of the artivists that connected us with other profiles, female and Black manifestations in the global South and in the city of Maceió post-pandemic, found both in the street and in the networks. And lastly, we used two Padlets to combine these manifestations, one for the Black artivists in the Global South and another one for the city of Maceió. And talking a little bit about the Black activists in the Global South, we found a strong action in Brazil, especially in São Paulo, Rio de Janeiro, Belo Horizonte, and in the Northeast region, more specifically in Salvador and Bahia. And based on the compilation of hashtags and keywords found in the artivist practices, we use the tools, which are the tags, and most of these arts are focused on the representativeness of the Black woman, the Afro-Brazilian ancestry, and they also expose gender violence. We also gathered information about some forms of artivism in the Maceió networks that use Instagram and the tags or hashtags as a way to disseminate their protests. Either they are carried out in the streets, like graffiti, or digitally, like photos, documentaries, and also digital art. And based on that survey, we were able to create the hashtag clouds, and they reveal to us that the themes are mostly related to the neighborhoods impacted by the environmental crimes committed by the mining company, including the Pinheiro neighborhood that we see here. But these tags are not only related to what was this tragedy, they always go back to personal aspects. So we found a lot of hashtags related to resistance, justice, and memory in this affected population. We also have other themes like feminism, Blackness, and the representativity of the LGBT community.
Based on that, we were able to organize that in themes. What is about the archivisms linked to Braskem case that emphasizes this pain and the demands for justice. And we have activists that show how the Black and indigenous people and women from Maceió, activism that speaks about the Blackness issue, and finishing we have these activisms that are ways of healing and to heal this topic city for art and religion and things coming from the earth. They paint panels in Bebedouro neighborhood, which is a Black neighborhood. And as final considerations, I say that we can see the state, it talks to ensure the rights to citizenship and living. And with that, we understand the activism, urban activism. It's a very powerful instrument to face this topic reality and to enhance how these movements are always articulated to the public university and strengthen the support network for the ones that are suffering with that. And we can see that these visual narratives of the activists reinforce to build more fair cities, and they could be allowed to live in mutual respect. That's it. Thank you. So beautiful, Sephora. I will call Clara Souto Arias from PUC. Clara, are you there? Thank you very much. I'll share my screen. My presentation is in Spanish, but I think I will speak in Portuguese because Spanish is so fast. But I'm sorry for my Portuñol. We always thanks that rarely it's always a reason of happiness. So I think that I have a lot of things to talk about as a research that I did when I graduated sociology, and I work with architects and urbanists in PUC, Peru, where I work. I live in Lima. And my research living in inequality, the case of city in Belém in Peru, really close to Brazil. So this is going to be the index, and the first part I'm going to talk very quick because I want to talk about the women's experience. So my research is in the context, try to understand what are the contexts that have the projects of self-settlement. They're based on these projects in the Latin America context, kind of Brazilian concept, Rio 2016, Minha Casa Minha Vida program. And those discussions are related to the compensation policies that this process have. And this is the resettlement. I'm not going to talk much about that, but only to bring a context. When I made my first question of which were the projects that have this resettlement, I didn't took in consideration the gender perspective. But when I went to do the field work, and another formative experience that I had is when that showed up. So the question of this presentation is, what are the effects that the resettlement have in the project of Belém city in the daily life of the women? So the methodology is qualitative. I have been there before because I worked in a project with people from that. I knew people there after I did research. So just for you know the space, Lima is very far from Quito. The connectivity, you have to take a flight, and it's always a very important challenge from the Peruvian state to do the urban policies arrive, because the policies since Lima, they're done in Lima. So without taking consideration local perspectives. So presentation mode, you have the Peruvian map and Quito's map. The place where Belém is located, this village, is this one that's on the right side. And the other place where the state tried to took them is other place, San Juan Bautista. It's about 20 kilometers away. So the Peruvian state, since the 60s, have been trying to mobilize and reallocate people of this village. I'm going to talk a little bit about Belém. It's the space where the original people lived. It's really close. It's part of the urban centrality, Iquitos, a city, but had some interesting features because people live in the river. We have 2 stations, 2 seasons in the year. The growth in the river, and then they use the space under the house, especially women. It's a very important space to women. So we have this resettlement project that has another logistics that is made by the Peruvian state, taking into consideration climate issues. And they say that it's a very high risk area. That's what they say. So the first idea that I want to clarify are 2 distinct ways to live in the space, because the way that people have in Belém and the new city of Belém. In Belém, people lived in the centrality, and Belém has a very high importance in the trade. The one of the most important of the Amazon, the mobility is walking and another small ways of transport. This one's on the picture, and another small transportation. So people don't have to mobilize by themselves. It has a lot of dynamic, a space where people live with all the other elements. So it has a close relationship with the river. And that doesn't mean that they don't have problems. They have problems there. The new city of Belém has another idea to for occupation. It's 20 kilometers from downtown and Belém Market, where the majority of people work. And this project wants to make mobility with longer pathways. It takes commuting. It takes 2 hours. And the commuting do not allow the people to have relation with the elements of the territory. So this picture that have a fence around Belém City that it stops people from farming the land. So what I did in my research to identify which were the family strategies in each family for them to live in this new place. So what I found is that each of the families made different ways, different changes to be inserted on the new place. So the gender appears in a very strong way because it says how women and men are going to live and increment the activities being in another place, in a different place. So I made the differentiation because I found that they have in those families in which I worked that had women that stays in the day and the week that stays in Belém, and the ones that commute and work in Belém, the first place. And then the ones that live in Belém City are the women that have their activities there. They have more children, so they have to stay at home, took them to school and all of that, and do all the care tasks. And they lost economical space that they have in the previous homes and this economic space. And while they were at home, they could work and have an advantage because they have a social space and their business, and they lost that. After that, we have another group that are the women that commute to work in Belém, and they have this possibility to work in Belém every day because they have relatives like the grandmother to take care of the children, and they have an overload. And they work a lot because they have to wake up 2 hours earlier because it's like 2 a.m. to arrive to their work journey, which is 4 a.m. So they come back 4 p.m. after work all this time, and then they have to have their care tasks, and they are overloaded with those activities, so they have a crack of this social space because they can't go to entertainment activities and social activities. And that is a very strong issue that has to do with what Anna mentioned, how the fact that women are fragmented in the space, and they don't have this community space anymore. In the Amazon context, we have a lot of violence. It's very strong. So that's it. I know that I'm running out of time, but I'd like to leave this idea of this big process of resettlement and infrastructure are made are institutions that are not in the territory and do not take in consideration the logistic of those people. And they break this fragment, these bounds, community bounds. And the research is very strong because it takes it's such small things that are so important to women, and they aren't there anymore. This is sparkles that they got to meet someone that they know for 20 years, or just walk in the market and find people that they know for a long time, go to church, things that aren't there anymore. So that's strong. That's it. Very well. Thank you very much, Clara. You brought some other aspects of the process of losing home, but both for us to very quickly change. Hossein Said wouldn't be able to come, so we are going straight to Laís Pinto de Carvalho, that is going to see the challenge to talk in Portuñol. Thank you very much, Laís. You can introduce yourself in 10 minutes. Hello, Paula. Thank you for your initial introduction. I'm originally Brazilian. I studied psychology, but I've been here in Chile for more than 10 years. I live in Santiago. So my research division were in Spanish. I'm trying to speak Portuñol. Not to challenge the translator so much. First, I would like to say that I'm very happy to be here with you. I came from psychology, so I'm very passionate with all the feminist geography and make that articulation for the environmental psychology, which is a line from psychology that dedicated itself to this relationship between people and territory. And the presentation that I'm going to show is a study case that we are working currently. We have a research, and it's a research that something happened. It's a research that I manage on funding here in Chile. And I'm showing a cohort for you of a paper that we published this year, and it's bilingual in Spanish and English. So for the ones that are interested, maybe you can paper. In this work, we try to bring the problem of place concept since the critical and cultural geographies that talks about to understand the symbolic relationship with space, especially the domestic places, and understand this home concept invite us to think since a gender perspective of how this space has so permanent violence. And in this concept, we have a very close concept like belonging, identity, place, since critical focus allow us to understand certain dynamics. So in our research, understanding the home as a dynamic place in the symbolic material level, but in the level of the configuration and transition that implies those processes to turn that in a home. Our proposal is how we can unbound, how we can undo a home. And we know that this process of undoing the homes are included in our home biography. Any situation, especially our context in the global south, we're talking about situations that involves violence. In this table, resettlement.
So here, the solving of a home in this specific case was based on a context of disaster, a volcano eruption in Chile, and how this disaster produced a management of the territory that is profoundly neoliberal, the Chilean state, that fragmented many communities and separated many communities. So our question was related to the processes of dissolving that home based on a neoliberal socioeconomic order that influences and uh, impacts our way of inhabiting. And when we think about the neoliberal colonial and patriarchal aspect, we're talking about the psychic suffering, psychological suffering of the people who inhabit territories with such symbolic violence. So we understand that the way in which we inhabit under this patriarchal, colonial, neoliberal uh, logic cause a sort of detachment and the fragmentation of these bonds and the common social life. And then we go into this wonderful concept, which is the body territory, understanding how this invite or this device that would allow us to think not only about the effects or the emotions produced by territorial violences and how these violences are materialized and expressed in the bodies, especially in female bodies. And so our research tried to encompass this understanding of the body territory in an expanded manner, understanding this relationship between body and territory from a relational ontology, understanding a relationship that is based on a network, a socio-ecologic network that involves concepts like the Mother Earth and concepts like the body, the house, and the territory of the city. And that's why in this article we talked about this intertwining between homes and territories. So thinking about the concept of dissolving homes, we thought about how these transitory bodies are affected by the dissolving of the homes. So here in the Chilean Patagonia, we had a volcanic eruption, and this eruption had several consequences at government administration level in this process. And most serious of all was that the state determined the periphery part of the Chaitén city, which is a very small city, a city with about 7,000 inhabitants, a city with very uh, rural characteristics. And the state determined that the southern sector of the city of the social interests houses would no longer be inhabited, and all of this part of the city was evicted. And this eviction meant that this population was dispersed or fragmented into different cities and regions here in the south of Chile in a process of a social policy that did not consider everything that was mentioned in the previous presentation, but did not consider the community social networks and elements that we know are very important, but also very visible due to this neoliberalism, neoliberal patriarchy. And we work with spatialized qualitative methodologies. We use a biographic method, and the devices and data production techniques that we used were mostly spatialized techniques. So we went through several pathways with these uh, inhabitants, not only in Chaiteng, but in other locations. 1 minute, Lais, but you can conclude. And the main thing that I would like to emphasize here is related to the logic of this environmental psychology that is articulated as a feminist uh, ontology. These body territories, we can observe the mental health effects like Brigitte mentioned, or effects in daily life, as both Sefra and Clara mentioned. We can see that several psychological symptoms appear in these bodies through the symbolic violences by the state. So we observe that many of these women use metaphors like having been evicted was like wearing a cape of cement in my body, and metaphors that translate very uh, organic feelings here in this experience. And secondly, I would like to highlight here, Paula, the breaking of the environmental bond. And we know that social sciences have a very strong human uh, predisposition, but we see that these women, in order for them to feel belonging to this territory or to a new territory, we're talking about a network of bonds that should be present. And this network is here related to rivers, oceans, animals, certain types of vegetation. So here, when we think about public policies or in a future process of resettlement, we always need to think about guaranteeing dignified conditions. And this means thinking, how can we avoid this reciprocity network between the human and non-human and nature relationships can be upheld. And to conclude my idea, thinking about some conclusions, we identify most of all these symptoms in this body territory relationship as the testimonies to this movement of violence. So I invite you all to think how these processes of dissolving uh, a home will always be painful because we're talking about a set of losses, but we can also think that there is a network that we call in the title of this uh, presentation, how these women in their relationship with non-human aspects can effectively sustain this care network, and finally include all of these other beings. So last slide, Paula. When we think about the main conclusion, we see that the volcano was not the main issue faced by these women. It was actually the state that disassembled or restricted their spaces, and how this symbolic violence is expressed by these women in their body territories. So this expression will not necessarily be at the discourse or conscience level, but in what is felt by these women, and in feeling that this invites us to think how this community bonds can be restored somehow. So thank you very much. And I'm sorry, interpreters, for my portuñol. Perfect, Lais. I don't even know if we have any translations into English in the previous uh, presentation, I said that the boats were voadeiras, and so we translate perhaps some words that can't even be translated. Thank you very much, Lais. I will now invite Alicia Fortuin and Ricky Citas. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Alicia and Ricky Citas, are you there? I'm sorry. Switching to Portuguese now.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It's really exciting to be here, and I just want to thank all the organizers for all the hard work that's gone into the background. So my name is Catherine Ewing. I am I run the urban design program at the University of Cape Town. And I'm an architect and urban designer.
E sou arquiteta e designer
So what I'm going to
urbanista.
do is explain to you my research, my practice, and my teaching over the past 20 years, but also through a series of different cities that I have experienced different spaces of exchange. So the first thing I would like to kind of mention and share is this idea of access, but on the other side is exposure, because that is deeply intertwined into these two issues around safety and vulnerability. So this is an image taken in Windhoek, in an area called Pieter Nanyemba at Four Ways intersection in Havana, in Windhoek. It's a rapidly growing kind of very new urban informal settlement on the edge, on the periphery of the center. And these words are, they kind of display exactly what is experienced in these areas. So this is more of my recent research that I am discovering. And I find it's always about these intersections of the ordinary and the extraordinary. So it's this complex patternings of socio-spatial change. And in these particular contexts, it's after apartheid or post-colonial. But I always find that it lands me to this area which I consider off-grid, in finding these moments and these, I call these sort of moments of magic off-grid, where one encounters these spaces of exchange, and generally they have a gendered lens, or they extend to the most vulnerable. So I look at it from two perspectives and how they come together at the intersections. The one is, how do we break down the walls of impossibility? And that includes these overground frameworks that are deeply tied into issues of policy and overarching sort of frameworks that speak about some things around resilience and bigger aspects around SDGs and big global aspects. But they're also about a long-term change or transformation, and they generally engage with some levels of municipal engagement. However, on the other hand, we have these underground networks that exist in sort of transitions in time. They generally include intangible systems and predominantly temporary or transition. And they often are experimental, or they are places of experimentation. In these spaces, I find a lot of innovation and inventiveness, and it's in those spaces and the intersection of these spaces that a lot of my research, my practice, and my teaching come together. So it's also almost a moment to take a step back, to reset and reframe. So in my reframing, I look at the question of what is the role of peripheral soft infrastructure in African cities, and how do we understand this through a gendered lens? The areas that I look at to understand this in more detail is Harare, Windhoek, and Cape Town. So through this, I've unraveled 4 particular areas in which I consider this soft infrastructure. The first is around livelihood, home-based enterprise, and that includes anything up to spazas and shebeens that we find in these local conditions, so places, taverns, bars. But that is around building on local knowledge and questioning housing, or the role of housing. The second one is around food security and community gardens, which is exploring the idea of land for the everyday production. The third is education and early childhood development centers and the new role that they play in reviving the focus of community in the neighborhood. And then lastly, it's around public space, but not the conventional terms of public space. It's around shifting the idea of the co-production of microspaces in our city that allow for the most vulnerable to occupy. So I begin with Hackcliff Extension in Harare, Zimbabwe, and I worked in this area over 10 years. So I worked particularly with a series of families, and without intentionally working with women. It was the women who were the heads of the households, and it was also the women who also built the houses, and it was the women who actually conducted their own home-based enterprise. So as the individuals, but they had a collective, and their collective was a much broader social network. In 2005, all 4 of these women were evicted from their houses in Operation Murambachina in Harare, Zimbabwe, and were left with nothing. But I did manage to map some of these spaces and how their networks came together in the time that I did prior to 2005. And these spaces are a combination of intersection of where women particularly gathered. And some of those were linked very much to the livelihoods, to the public spaces where they were occupying, where other spaces were very much male-dominated spaces around the taverns and the bars. So the public spaces where the water well was, the food security around the community gardens, the education spaces, which were just pop-up spaces, but also the livelihood opportunities. So now I move to the area of Khayelitsha in South Africa, where I work for a non-profit company called Violence Prevention Through Urban Upgrading, and I'm one of the co-founding directors. So in 2010, we started working in an area called Monwabisi Park, informal settlement, and a lot of our work, our beginning work, was very much around observing but also engaging with local community, trying to understand local knowledge and what was actually happening, mapping all these aspects, different aspects of soft infrastructure, as well as the harder infrastructure, such as the taps and toilets. Okay. So we started working over a period of time, and the first thing that we actually started doing was activating the public spaces, these very small public spaces, less than 100 square meters, but they were all focused around a water tap. So this coming together of the soft and the hard infrastructure. So we activated with local community groups and ran small outreach programs for education. We then worked with students as well, trying to actually understand how do we upgrade these spaces and what does it mean to upgrade these spaces, but also working intimately with local community members and upgrading these small places, planting trees which have their own story, but this idea of these photo stories that develop over a series of time. We then tried to create a series of public space networks, which had very simple kind of space-defining elements, but were very much around what was going on in these little spaces. Next to them, there was all these community gardens happening, and then we started trying to connect the public spaces through walkways with lights and defining landmarks. So again, it was this coming together of community gardens, public spaces, education, and livelihood opportunities. We also managed to build some slightly bigger spaces, which become these hubs, which unintentionally also take on a very strong gendered lens, where the young women and the girls seem to dominate the space through netball and having events on Saturdays that particularly are focused around women and young girls. But this importantly creates this idea of these safe spaces. And then lastly, I move on to my third area, which is in Gugulethu in South Africa, which is also part of my teaching at the University of Cape Town, where we shift this idea into the co-production of the microspaces in the city. This is a very small little walkway space that we started working in during COVID in 2019, And we found the space, so the image up on the top left was the space before. And through community engagement, not even with myself, just myself more as sort of guiding from the outside, but the community then started upgrading the space and cleaning it up themselves. We then managed to get some funding to do some murals and working with actually SDGs in this tiny little space to actually work out what does climate change mean, and where is the resilience of these public spaces in a community like in Guguletu. This was a memory wall that we've started working on, and a memory wall that is living and alive and continues. It's a 100-year timeline that looks at particular moments in history of Cape Town, and what that means for the area of Guguletu, but also allowing that extension of time beyond, so people can start filling up this wall as events happen. And that is also understanding and putting the words out there that we can discuss certain issues around it's very, very troubled violence, but also the words of hope. So Itemba walkway means hope. So the walkway of hope. So we have also subsequently been contacted by all sorts of different people across Guguletu, informing us of all the other little walkways across the area. And to date, we've found 15, and working with a group of communities now starting an exchange between these very tiny little space. But what it does, it opens up access for the children to get to school. And most importantly, they're coming together again at these micro spaces that connects to a bigger aspect of livelihood, education, public space. So in conclusion, just a few lessons through this journey. And firstly, it's around recognizing that micro spaces are soft infrastructure and really important, and generally they're overlooked in planning and policy and design. But they allow for new mechanisms for governance, for partnership, and different forms of alternative financing. Secondly, it's around radical change, and I know that we were talking about radical care in the keynote session today, but I talk about radical change to zoning for everyday culture. So it's about legislative trade-offs to create relevant design guidelines that are appropriate for areas for everybody, but most importantly, the most vulnerable. Thirdly, it's about the investment in active, safe spaces as commons, as public commons. So they have to be practical, strategic, and transformative projects at the neighborhood scale. And lastly, it's around the scale of agency and the co-production, so which includes not only community participation, but responsible participation that works within this idea of active frameworks, and working with spatial interventions that are inclusive for everybody, and most importantly, are considered safe spaces. And that is my last slide for the evening. For the evening this side.
Wonderful. What a wonderful table. I start to make a general comment. As you notice, we thought a table that can talk about violences and transformations that we obtain through it. To do soft infrastructure for the project. It's very good to have you around. I have an internet issue. If I froze, maybe I can turn off my camera. And while we start a talk here, I try to access YouTube. I have some questions. I'm going to do some general questions for start and some specifics. Let's start through the general ones. I would like to ask you if you think that in all the process that we see, we have displacements and also emplacements, buildings from it. Not all of you talk about these constructions, but for example, some of you talk about the relationship with the environment, opportunity to rebuild those places, and from recognition of the different ways of living. So I'd like to do this first question, and the other one is one based in bridged presentation. In all of you, even Lai's presentation talks about, I'm not talking about of dispossession, but answers from the states to those phenomena. So we are talking about a mobilization of the state of situations that are considered under risk. We saw livelihoods that are under flood. So we have to take people of these lands. A volcano case, an eruption case. We saw mining, the mining, and all of that moving state action. So I would like you to comment a little bit. How is the talk with those states, and how we can see the evitation, and for Catherine Ewing, how is the dialogue with the state? How you talk with the state about soft structure, because it's so beautiful to see you talk about that it's a movement of the urban talking, that looking to a zoning, the state planning that we see in the disciplines that were colonized. So how is this change? How is the the talks with the states to produce this micro scale? And a specific question too, Lais, that talks about the volcano. I don't know if we use a lot in LabCidade an idea of the process of losing the home as a process to lose other things. We see in this table to the loss of parks. We saw not only segregation, but space, double space, a double injustice. Be far away from the parks, not only to be removed and reallocated, but slow violence that has to do with a rebuilding of networks, and like put children in the school and change of school, and small violences that are symbolic, not be able to do their parties, to not know when we are going to be removed, and the trauma ideas from Rachel Penn, small violences and slow violences are building through time. This trauma idea, talking with our psychologist, Lais, do you have this idea of trauma I would like to hear you. So let's open for a round of questions. I can't see YouTube, so while you do that, can you start by order again? Paula, I'm looking at YouTube. I don't know if I have to summarize the question, if anyone understood the questions. First question was about of this concept, if you have placement and in placement, destruction and reconstruction, and the relation with the state. And the last one is specific to Lais, specific about the trauma. So let's take a look on YouTube. Let's start with Bridget. I'm sorry, I got wrong your name. I'm sorry.
Yes, it's Brishti.
Brishti, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Brishti.
Yeah, I mean, if I have gotten the translation
Se eu
correctly.
entendi,
So you asked about the placement, like placement and displacement continuum, right? That's what was the question. Yeah. Yes. So I mean, at this point, like, I mean, I think I don't have much to say here, but I feel that, you know, when the state, even if the state allocates, say, any kind of rehabilitation packages for the people they have displaced, or they give compensation, that's sometimes not enough, you know, because home, you know, when you talk about a house or when you talk about a home, it is something that is incrementally built. So I feel that, you know, that something which is constructed over years with, you know, hard-earned money. So even if, you know, that constructed space that is beyond a physical sort of an infrastructure, there is a lot of memories. And as I mentioned, it can be memories of belongingness. For women, it could also be of abuse and violence. So what happens is, you know, when that is demolished, even if the state allocates or state gives compensation, gives them housing allocation, it's not always enough, because they are first pushed to the periphery, you know, where their livelihood is disrupted. They'll never be given land in the city center. Second is that, you know, the memories, that is to do with the memories of home, and you know, all of that, you know, cannot be built in that 30 square meter, you know, sort of square feet space, because they allocated very small spaces where they barely have, like, say, one bedroom and a small kitchen space. So yeah, I mean, it's also, I feel it has a lot to do with mental, you know, it has a lot of mental implications beyond just physical and economical losses. And yeah, I mean, I would stop there. Thank you.
Sephora, would you like to comment? Well, this is a very sensitive topic, especially when we're talking about families who are evicted, because it's an area that's very close to a lagoon, and the families there, they survived from the lagoon and got their livelihoods from there. And when they were reallocated, to another corner of the city. And about the construction and the deconstruction, it's still a very invisibilized topic. Currently, the population uses protests, artivism, and other ways to draw the attention of the state to the suffering and the oppression they are going through. And so we have many cases of what you mentioned, symbolic violence, many cases of depression, many cases of people who refused leaving their locations, their family homes built by their parents, where they spent their childhood, they saw their children grow up. So many people, especially elderly ladies, refuse to leave, and they're forced because not only the affected neighborhoods, but all of the surrounding neighborhoods are also impacted by the emptiness, by the lack of safety, and the violences that are unspoken. So the loss of culture, like you said, and it's a very sensitive process because there's no response from the state to that. The response from the state, it's actually privatizing the location, transferring it to private companies. We don't really know exactly how that's going to happen. And especially the Black poor population did not receive any compensation. So they live through this uncertainty, this depression, and the state is amiss. It's completely remiss in terms of this. And we see public investments to improve the city that is more geared towards tourism and the economy, but the other side of the city is completely made invisible. And my research was precisely about this, how they are making their voices heard because the state is being very absent in meeting those demands. Sephora, a question for you to dialogue. Do you think your artivisms are close to what Catherine builds in the space, small interventions that mobilize memory? I think both of your works perhaps are related. I think so, yes. Artivism is about that. It's meant to cause impact, even if through a quote, through a piece of art, through uh, a denouncement, and perhaps bringing the issue of healing. There was one of the artivists that did some work on healing and the regeneration of the earth. So it deals with destruction, it deals with the renewal of the people, and when they intervene, they take ownership of the space, they leave their marks and their voices. And I think it's completely related to that. Well, Clara, would you like to comment? Yes? Well, first of all, about the placement and displacement, I was thinking about it because in the case of the new city of Berlin, we had this process of building a place, and in two ways. In the first place, it has to do with the same design of the city because the people who live closer to the parks and to a square, it's not exactly a park, but it's a square, uh, that people were able to rebuild that square. And we have this process, I think, but the people who were removed to areas that are farther away from this city center, uh, so to speak, it was a different process. So it's really related to the very design of the project, the relocation project. It's an important aspect. And there was also, well, the project didn't consider that people could use other spaces to plant, do agriculture, but this was also done. And it was more about the relationship between people and the territories and the elements, and that's also important. And it's not the same relationship for all populations. So it's related to the design, but also to the culture of the peoples and the relationship with the state intervention. While here in this project, the state was the main actor that caused that created this project, and it was a policy, a top-down policy, because when the state needed to have the authorization of the local government, it did not consider what the local government wanted. So it a very strong symbolic violence process, because it's something that changes people's lives. And at some point, a few years back, I was in a class or in a space with the architect that designed the project, and she would say, "Oh, but the project is for these people who are from the Amazon, and they need to learn how to behave. They need to learn how to use a toilet because they don't know anything. So it's the role of the state to educate them." So once again, it's a country that is centralized. The office of the ministry that does these projects is in Lima. So it's always Lima thinking about how to plan for other cities in other places. So sitting at their offices in Lima. So it's a very strong symbolic violence with the populations and with their bodies. And that's it. And can you comment a little more, Clara, on the loss of the relationship with the river, and what was the river replaced by? Because it's as if you were showing me, a Brazilian woman, a riverside house in the Amazon, which is something that's also very common here, that's related to the floods of the rivers. And there's a type of knowledge, a popular knowledge, that is related to that. And then these populations are switched to a place that is completely diverse in that. And I understand that the state does something to the riverside. How does that change? Are you asking what the state proposed to do in that place? Well, the project was not good. It failed. There are still many people living there, and there will always be. But what they wanted to do, it's because beside the main square in Quito, then we have Belém, that space. And then I don't remember what it's called in Portuguese, a malecon. It's like a riverside lane where people can go for walks. And they wanted to do an infrastructure project to continue that. And before doing this resettlement project, there was a project that was very interesting, providing basic services to the people who live in Belém, like water, the entire infrastructure system, very technical. And then they built like 40 houses, like a pilot plan. And then this project all of a sudden disappeared out of a sudden, between quotations, but it was substituted with this resettlement process. And the argument was that the Peruvian state didn't have experience to carry out that type of project, so they decided to resettle the population. So there are interests that are related to the relationships between the state and private companies, and that's totally it. In this year, the ministry has gone through many problems related to corruption because of issues like that. So these big resettlement projects, this project is a very large infrastructure project to continue this riverside lane, and also the same project to build the houses, which are also houses that are not adapted to the context. That's another theme, but the state just creates projects for the Amazon in this idea of planning as if these major infrastructures should be implemented, but they don't consider this mobile type of house and the idea of the river that is part of the Amazonian populations. And that's always the biggest challenge to think about cities in the Amazon. Paula, if I can make a comment, can you comment and then I'll pass the floor to Lais? Very quickly, we have discussed about the hegemonic model, white patriarchal model, and in Brazil, this is very much related to the realities of Rio and São Paulo, and there is a lack of understanding about the riverside populations and the building of the Belo Monte power plant, for example, is a complete disaster in a riverside population that was completely disconsidered. And it's a lack of understanding about populations that are made invisible and ways of living that are made invisible that are very common in the northern region of Brazil, for example. But going back to your discussion, Paula. Yes, they are made invisible, and the state mobilizes their destruction many times based on an idea of risk, because there will be a flood or because the volcano will flare up in the region. Or there's an idea that the Amazon forest is no man's land, nobody lives there, so you should go there and civilize it. Yes, nobody that's very rich lives there, so we should do it. And then we see transformations that are very market oriented, transforming it into a park with stores. In the previous panel, we had a presentation from Belém in a place that is on the riverside where they try to do a production of the territory based on the relationship with the women, which is a piece of land that belongs to the university. And there's a lot of pressure for it to become that type of park that's very touristy. So a pressure to mercantilize these spaces and mobilize the risk as an argument for removal, and then rebuilding these areas in a way that erase the relationship with nature. So let's listen from Lais a little bit. Hi, thank you, Paula, for your questions. I'll start with the first idea that you asked about, if there's something that can be rebuilt from destruction. And in our research, that question is asked based on the subjective dimension. So what is reconfigured? And in order to think about what is reconfigured, we took a step back and tried to observe everything that is deconfigured to then be reconfigured. So it's as if we have an identitarian deconfiguration, and this identitarian deconfiguration that some of the participants in this research say we were all deconfigured. They use that word. So the deconfiguring is also related to a sense of being lost in the world, in the ontological sense of existence, and how that sensation of being lost in the world is a feeling that our very identity is very much anchored to our territories. So what happens to that identity when we have the loss of the territory, not only in material terms, but symbolically, subjectively, culturally? So when we think about these deconfiguration of identities or of that sense of belonging, we're also thinking, and here I go to the question about trauma that's connected to that. We think about an experience that's very melancholic by those women. And it's interesting to note that the way they react to those structural, political, symbolic violences is through melancholy. It's not through anger. And we see this melancholy as a neoliberal subjectivation. So here in Chile, this neoliberalism is so deep that it even colonizes our subjectivities. So even the ways we react and our emotions. So many of those women blame themselves because they were not able to adapt to the new places they were resettled to, for example. So it's it's like intrinsic to that experience of violence, the that reaches even the very subjectivity of people. So I translate that suffering and that problem as my own individual fault, and I can't identify the roots of the processes. So it is a psycho-political trauma. And we always refer to it like that because if we don't talk about the psychopolitical dimension, it's easy to make diagnosis like PTSD, which is also a dimension, but it is a psychopathological diagnosis. So it's another risk, which is the risk of resolving that through psychiatric medication, which is something that the state usually does to try and domesticate and quiet down the disquietude of these people. So there's a risk of talking about that trauma. So we avoid using that word. We talk about ethical political suffering as psychopolitical trauma and always both words together. And we also observe that when we think about these expressions, psychosocial and psychopolitical expressions, we are thinking about a process that is fixed. And when we talk about a traumatic experience, we're talking about something that's paralyzed in our psyche. I don't want to be too technical, but it's kind of like that. It's something that's paralyzed. And therefore, I can keep on living normally like I did before because there's something that's not being elaborated there. So not this non-elaboration maintains this experience that is sometimes of suffering that's usually expressed through the body when we think about the body as a territory. So how these women in this neoliberal, colonial, patriarchal subjectivation were also evicted uh, from the possibility of naming their own suffering. Um, and when we think about all of that, we're thinking about the structural problem of a state that standardizes, that a state that domesticates, that manages these bodies and these emotions through properties. And in the case here of Chaiteng, the way in which the state resolved, between many quotations, the situation was by giving financial subsidies to these people, and that was it. They also provided some psychological support, but very few, in a very neoliberal manner, right? Definitely, yes. Yes, definitely. And the way in which the state finally faces up to the risk in general is a standardized manner. So solutions that can be applied to any type of territory, in theory, obviously without focusing the interventions. And when we think about the standardization, we're also talking about control of the bodies, the territories, and subjectivities. And finally, we're talking about colonization of the emotions. So all of that to say that when, in the case of my research, when we think about the resettlements due to the volcano, we're talking about a symbolic violence by the state, a symbolic violence that creates this psychosocial suffering, this ethical, political trauma. And the only way in which we can address that situation is not hoping for an intervention by the state, but we conclude this article saying that the role of the state is leaving a space for these communities, these women, this network to be restored. So that's a little bit of the idea, how the state should stop trying to control our bodies, our emotions, our territories, and we don't expect a lot from the state, but we at least hope that it can give us certain dignified conditions in our own spaces so that we can rebuild from that suffering.
Talking with Priscilla, I remember the public partnership in São Paulo. We create this standardized spaces, destruct, remove, and then you go to that place, which is individual public policy and do not contemplate all the ways of living. And I see in a wide way this subjectivation from this standardization and the political livelihood policies, and this thing that you talked about, domestication, this response in subsides. I'm going to support you for a while, but this affects all the aspects around that. Let's hear Catherine. Catherine, we would like to hear you, but first,
I mean, some intriguing questions that obviously require a lot more conversation. But I think I've experienced different relationships in each of the different in the 4 neighborhoods that I presented, that go right from the extreme where the state removes not, every single thing that belongs to everybody, right down to the areas, the Kailita example, where we have a direct partnership with the state. So there was, and that's when I mentioned the term responsible participation. So the state was an active role player within the space. However, in saying that, space is particularly political in these informal settlements, which is predominantly driven through a male lens within that. So that being said, how women move in these spaces is through the aspects around the Early Childhood Development Center, and how the women get involved there, and often they're volunteering there and their parents there, or they need help, and they get support there. So it's more like their community center, and next to the community center is the community garden. and next to the community garden is a small tap. So it's this almost, and that's why I refer to it almost these underground networks. And these spaces are so small, but they are catalysts for much bigger possibilities and conversations. So it was how we tapped into those networks that enabled us to do very small, minor kind of upgrading, but working predominantly, of course, with the women. In the space, and so that was in the Khadija space. I think in the Guguletu space, we see that little 600 square meters as an entry point for a conversation that is now opened up with the state around cleaning up a much larger, like 5 kilometers of a canal through the middle of Guguletu. So through that tiny little space, we've actually managed to spark a much bigger discussion and actually amplify the issues that we've experienced in the space, right from the murder of a young woman through to everyday sort of dumping through drugs, all sorts of issues experienced there, to actually say this is a much bigger issue that is going on at different levels. So it is how we've managed to sort of springboard these kind of very small spaces into a dialogue that it raises awareness, but it also puts the state on the spot, because they realize that if a community can upgrade their own public spaces and and then suddenly we've got 14 other public spaces and the community is now growing and growing and growing, that their responsibility now, they have to come to the table. But what we have found with the little walkway is that the municipal staff on the ground, the people who drive the lorries and fix the lights, they've been so supportive, because they actually understand these conditions on the ground and they're very connected to the community. So for them, it's kind of a working, an invisible partnership that happens. So that's why I kind of call for that radical change to actually shift that notion of that infrastructure isn't like we normally see it.
Hands Rosa asking if, or commenting, thinking about the cycle politics caused by neoliberalism, about the talk of Lais, and the radical care under Faranak. It's a political strategy. If you would like to comment, Lais or Alicia, you can raise your hand. Let's hear Alicia, please.
Yes, so on the first question, the whole reason for the way the city looks and its spatial form and structure, the manifested spatial inequality, the way the city is experienced, and of course this real visceral violence experienced in cities, this crisis of masculinity in our communities, at least in Cape Town, was because of dispossession and displacement, and not having this kind of space to talk about the trauma and the pain of experiencing that within families. And these families are now in communities in the Cape Flats. So that's one aspect. The other aspect is arguably new policies and practices in the city of Cape Town, at least, that continue to push poor people to the periphery of the city, right? And phenomena like gentrification, for example, are one of those practices where we see people living in formerly industrial areas now getting removed because it's now desirable to live there, right? And then can no longer afford rent. So we see this ongoing sort of displacement. So that's one part. The other question around how the state intervenes, the state actually has intervened, in fact, or the city of Cape Town specifically, in the project that I presented on Westridge Gardens, the park in Mitchell's Plain. The city poured around 300,000 Rand into an urban renewal fund grant. So it was envisioned as this new park for people to enjoy. But the park largely gets underused still. So during the weekdays, people don't use the park at all because of fear of violence and crime, and the real, not just perceived crime and violence, but also the real threat of violence and crime. But it's a lot about the activation and the sort of soft and social infrastructures that Catherine and others presented today, and those invisible partnerships, and being able to kind of support the infrastructure, or the soft infrastructures and networks already happening in these new communities. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Yeah. So I feel that, a state's role in these settlements, like it changes pre and post eviction. Like before eviction, they will give these kind of, the state will provide selective basic entitlements, like say electricity connection, they'll build the roads, they'll facilitate all of that. And after eviction, and also for, especially they'll campaign for elections. And the moment the elections are over, they will come up with their own plan, which is, either to build some sort of, infrastructure project, and or to put all the blame on, like in the case of Silsapo, we've seen that how the residents were regarded as the reason for artificial floods in the city, rather than the disrupted sewage system and the drainage system in the city, which is the main cause. So the state also navigates its role, and in the sense that, the role it plays prior to eviction and after eviction, the narrative change, the state's narrative differs significantly. Just wanted to add that. Thank you.
Lais, would you like to make a comment? I think what we should mention, that there is an after eviction, after relocation. So we got several moments. It's not something that finishes at the time of the replacement or when they build a park. It's a long-term process. Ais, we have just 1 minute. Just to comment, this comment from YouTube, I think, yes, we have a very powerful dialogue between those radical care strategy as a way of survival, these vulnerabilities from neoliberalism and violence from neoliberalism. Then I connect with Safar's work that those radical care strategy, a lot of them are going through these activism strategies as a way of subjective healing, how we can face collectively between women those violences. Also, can we heal own subjectivities? Then we know that the art and the group are very important. So we got several strategies here in Chile. We got habilieiras that it is the embroidering that are very big. We got here in Brazil embroidering. So through art, we got some elements that we can see as part of this radical care and as a strategy of collective healing. Wonderful. So we finish with the collective healing. I thank you all. So finishing the day, a very beautiful table, very diverse. We didn't talk about eviction, but rebuilding interventions. It was very good to have you here. And then we keep going tomorrow at 8 a.m. local time with the care table. We are all invited. And after, we will have Adriana Allen as a keynote speaker. We have a second table about community garden, talking about infrastructure. Catherine, maybe you would be interested on that. Adriana Allen as a keynote speaker. And we close with queer prostitution. And I comment that a lot of the arts visits we got in a experience way, pulling art as a process of renewing. Not all of them join. We suggest that some of that would be presented in video. So I suggest you for take a look. And for a lot of coming from your work. Poetry, we opened with a poetry yesterday. We have several manifestations of this work that he built boundings, memories, and it was very beautiful. It's a pity that we didn't have time to put all of this in the event. So I thank you all and see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Desligando, professora. Ah, não, já saímos. Já, por isso que eu disse desligando. Eu vou tentar, professora, que a gente vai. Eu vou estar provavelmente na USP dentro da FEFELESH, então não sei se Mexendo no auditório que eu não conheço, então. Legal, professor. É só essa. Na realidade é só. Pode falar, pode falar. Não, vai pro seu computador. Não, aí vai pra nuvem. Mas, na realidade, quem tem que fazer esse zoom, quem tem que ter a nuvem, é quem tá fazendo o evento. Não adianta você, não adianta você entrar tendo com nuvem, porque o evento não é seu, então não vai para nuvem. Não, dá certo, professora, que é isso. Vai dar certo amanhã, vai dar certo, professora. Nada, professora. Até a próxima. Obrigado, professora.